Good morning, just testing audio.
Good morning, Anya. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Your slide says San Jose, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I'll change that.
All right, I'll see you later.
Hello, good morning. This is Sol Garza, one of the Spanish interpreters. I'm just doing a quick sound check before interpretation is enabled. Are you able to hear me okay?
I can hear you. I'm online though.
Oh,
Um,
perfect. Thank you so much, Anja. I appreciate it.
okay.
Is my sound okay? Is it clear?
Yeah, it sounds good.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Sure.
3, 4, 5, 6. We have a quorum. Good morning, partners and stakeholders. Hope you had a good night's rest. We are going to start in 2 minutes, so I just wanted to give you that heads up as you wrap up your conversations and find a place to find a seat. We'll be starting again in 2 minutes. Thank you. I really didn't mean that you couldn't keep talking. But we will start in now 60 seconds. Our quorum is actually, we just have 2 folks who just stepped on the other side of that door for a moment. So just to let you know, we're going to start with item 57, then we'll go back to tab 21, and then we'll pick up from there where we left off yesterday. But we will be starting with item 57 as soon as our colleagues just walk right back into the room. Okay, I've just got to ask, with a group this size, yesterday even larger, the odds are good that it's someone's birthday. Does anybody have a birthday today or this weekend? Yes, I knew the odds were good. Could you stand? Your name, please? Well, is it today? Oh, that's so great. Who brought the gifts and the cake?
We thought you did, Chair.
That's great. Could you give her the mic just really, or place the mic? Your name again and who you're with?
Colin Tapatak with Beacon Housing.
Oh, that's so great. Thank you for joining us and the work of Beacon Housing as well.
Thank you.
Oh, that's awesome. Good stuff. Who actually can carry a tune? Because the chair cannot. Star can? Star, can you lead in happy birthday to Paula? I am talking to you. Yes. Okay, we're going to work on that, but let's wish her a happy birthday. Star, thank you. Appreciate that. We have a quorum. We are going to proceed with day 2 of our California Transportation Commission hearing here in beautiful Orange, California. Doug, would you mind calling the roll as well as any instructions that you have for our participants today?
Thank you, Chair Guardino. Commissioner Bradshaw.
Present.
Commissioner Cruz. Commissioner Eager, Commissioner Falcone,
Here.
Vice Chair Grisby. Present. Commissioner Lugo, Commissioner Norton, Commissioner Tavaloni, Commissioner Tiffany,
Here.
Chair Guardino,
Present.
Senator Cortese.
Here.
Thank you. Assemblymember Wilson. Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you, and I want to thank our ex officio State Senate Representative Dave Cortese for joining us again for day 2. We are always the beneficiary of the wisdom of our ex officios. So thank you, Chair Cortese.
Thank you.
We are going to actually start with tab 21, but I believe Douglas is going to first go over instructions so that people both in the room and online can participate fully. Douglas?
Thank you, Chair. Welcome to day 2 of the May 2024 CTC meeting in Orange. The meeting agenda is located on our website at www.catc.ca.gov. All of the presentations for today's and yesterday's and today's meeting are available on the Commission Meetings page of our website under the View Download Meeting Materials tab. Any document the CTC creates can be translated into any language you need. Simply email us at ctc@catc.ca.gov and we'll have them returned to you as quickly as possible. American Sign Language translation is being provided on the webinar for this meeting. You should see the translators on your screen. Spanish language translation is also available. You can access this service through the Interpretation tab at the bottom of your screen for those on the webinar. And for those in the room, translators are available off to the side near the back of the room. Please feel free to check in with them if you need that service. Please check in with myself, or if you're online, use the Q&A tab if you have questions about that. Live closed captioning is also available on the webinar. Please select the Show Captions tab at the bottom of your screen. There are a number of language options available there to choose from. For our presenters, if you're on the agenda to make a presentation remotely or in person, please be succinct. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow our translating services adequate time for accurate translation. If you're presenting remotely, we hope that you will turn on your camera during your presentation if you have one. For our members of the public, we welcome comments from the public as part of each item at this meeting. For those attending in person, please submit a speaker slip to the clerk at the front of the room, and again, that's me, to let us know you want to comment on an item. For those attending via Zoom, you should see the webinar control panel, likely located on the bottom of your screen. There you'll find the raised hand and Q&A tabs. We encourage you to use the raised hand feature as early into the item as you can to give the system time to acknowledge you. Commission staff will let you know when it's your turn to make a comment. Alternately, you may use the Q&A tab to submit your comment. Please be sure to include the agenda number you are commenting on. And this was a problem yesterday, so if you could please put that in there so staff knows which item you're commenting on so we can get that recorded appropriately. Commission staff will read those on your behalf. As a reminder, each registered attendee is provided a unique link and phone number to access the webinar. These should not be shared with other participants as they are registered to a specific attendee and can create confusion for staff when making comments. This was another problem yesterday. There was at least 10 or 12 different people signed in multiple times on the webinar. It was not an issue for us yesterday, but please don't do that if at all possible. For all meeting attendees, please do your best to be concise. Please make sure that your comments add new information. If you agree with the comments of a previous speaker, simply make that statement. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow our translating services adequate time for accurate translations. Since we often have many speakers, we ask that you make your point in 2 minutes or less. If, for some reason, we have many speakers on a single topic, we reserve the right to limit comments more as needed. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, Chair.
Present. Oh, you already passed me.
Let the minutes, of course, show that we have been joined by former Chair Eager and former Chair Norton. And we not only have a quorum, but we have a quorum to conduct some of our business that does require 8 to be present. We are going to start with item 21, though. Destiny Preston, thanks for your work. If you wouldn't mind introducing this item.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. Tab 21 is an informational item that will feature a presentation from LA Metro's Office of Strategic Innovation. Senior Director Jacqueline Torres will provide an overview of the 2028 Mobility Concept Plan, the guiding transportation planning document for the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games. With that, I will turn it over to Jacqueline.
Is it on? Hello? Yes, we're on. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. As Destiny mentioned, my name is Jacqueline Torres. I am a Senior Director in the Office of Strategic Innovation for LA Metro, and today I'll be presenting on the 2028 Games Mobility Concept Plan. Next slide, please. I'll be doing an overview of the MCP, just a general games concept, or context rather, looking at our priority work streams, as well as looking at federal and state advocacy needs that we need, as well as a funding update. Next slide, please. To give a bit of 2028 Games context, there will be multiple sports parks across LA County. As you can see on the map, they are spread out from the Valley down to the South Bay. We are anticipating about 10 to 15 million tickets to be sold across 800 plus events. This is likely going to be the largest sports events in U.S. history. There are three mobility considerations during the Games. The first is a Games route network, which is dedicated lanes for Games vehicles between the venues. The Games vehicles carry athletes, dignitaries, technical officials, and the like. Another consideration is that there will not be parking at the venues. That will be a challenge, especially as in Southern California, we are always enticed to drive our cars, right? So how will we get all our spectators and workforce to arrive to the venues in a timely fashion? Because there will be such a demand coming to the region, we will need a supplemental bus system. So this is a third mobility consideration that we will need to have during the Games. This is a temporary bus system to meet this spectator demand during the Games. Next slide, please. So in 2020, our Metro Board directed staff to look at ways that we can leave a permanent legacy for using the 2028 Games. And so the MCP, the Mobility Concept Plan, is just that, looking at projects that will leave a legacy for our region. This legacy should enable all spectators and workforce to get to the Games by public transportation, walking or rolling. We want to ensure accessibility for all, as well as creating a coalition of partners throughout the region. Metro has an internal task force that has identified and continues to identify priority projects, in addition to Metro's current 28 by 28 that is already underway. As I mentioned, we have a coalition of partners, and we're collaborating with local and regional partners with LA 28 as well, which is a local organizing committee. We're developing a funding strategy to advance project planning and delivery. Next slide, please. The key roles and responsibilities for the Games transport, just an overview. The local organizing committee is LA 28. They are responsible for the transport of all of the athletes, the dignitaries, the technical officials, the media, what they term Games family. They will be using their own fleet, and which includes cars and charter buses, as well as venue transport operations on site within the venues. Now, for Metro and the GME partners, the GME stands for the Games Mobility Executives. The Games Mobility Executives are a coalition of partners that includes LA Metro, it includes Caltrans, it includes the City of Los Angeles, LA DOT, SCAG, as well as LA 28. And so we are all responsible for the spectator and workforce transportation during the Games. We are responsible for the Games route network, which is, as I mentioned, the dedicated lanes, the local area traffic management and parking plans in and around the venues, as well as keeping Los Angeles and the region moving. Next slide. So here are the priority projects, as I mentioned, that LA Metro is working on. This first slide has these projects that have longer lead time. The first one, as I mentioned, the Games route network. 80% of the Games route network, which are the dedicated lanes, will be on freeways, and 20% will be on arterials. The supplemental bus system will be carrying the extra demand that will be coming to the region, and we have estimated preliminarily about 2,700 buses will be needed for this transport. Mobility hubs, there are amenities at current stations that we will be upgrading. The countywide bus-only lanes are bus-only lanes throughout the region to expedite transport of the spectators and workforce. Key stations, we know that some of our stations will require some upgrades because of the additional demand that will be coming to them. We have identified preliminarily 3 stations that we will focus on: LA Union Station, 7th Street Metro Center, as well as Pico Station. Light rail speed improvements, these are going to be critical for our A&E lines. Transit to venue first last mile. This is really last mile from the venue down to, from the station down to the venue, and looking at that last mile and seeing what that looks like and seeing what type of amenities and improvements we can improve that way, as well as payment and customer experience. We want to make sure that we have integrated payment as well as an improved customer experience. Next slide. These other priority projects have less of a lead time or are being looked at by our partners. So they're ATSAC, LART, MC, Metrolink SCORE Phase 1, Regional TDM, which includes freight, Open Streets, ZEB program, access services, and universal basic mobility. Next slide, please. So we do have a date certain event. We have 1,519 days until opening ceremonies. That may seem like a long time, but it really isn't in the way of planning all of these projects that I mentioned. So we are expecting that by the end of this calendar year, we will be finalizing the strategic and legacy planning of the projects that you saw before you, and start really in design, construction, and implementation by 2025 and throughout. We are looking to glean from experiences from 2024 in Paris, as well as trying to implement any pilot projects in time for the 2026 FIFA World Cup that will also be coming to the region. And lastly, we were really looking forward to implementing this legacy, as I mentioned, through all these projects after 2028 is done. Next slide. Here are some federal and state policy advocacy needs that we have identified for games operation. We're looking for transit service spare ratio exemptions. We're looking to borrow zero to low emission buses and having some exemptions on charter bus service, as well as grant conditions to have new federally funded buses to support this supplemental bus system. As I mentioned, we will need 2,700 buses. The GRN implementation, operation, and enforcement, we have a cost that's up to $2.2 billion, and so we're looking ways on how we can fund that, as well as freight and goods movement coordination around the region. For our legacy projects, we have been awarded some funding, so we have about $160 million in funding, but we still have a $1.2 billion funding gap. Our ask is to have a federal task force and agency liaisons, which we have just started, and abbreviated or streamlined environmental process, as well as language and competitive grants to prioritize this and support the 2028 Games priority projects. Next slide. This slide shows that we have submitted funding requests with our partners and the scopes. As I mentioned, we have been awarded some funding. We are still looking to apply for additional discretionary funding for the funding gap that we do have for the rest of these projects. And with that, I believe is my last slide. Let's go.
Thank you so much for a really interesting and important technology update and the work that you're doing down to the days left before the opening of the games. I want to ask first if there are any questions or comments from our commissioner colleagues on the dais. Great. Commissioner Lugo.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I live in Leimert Park, and so I am gonna be present for whatever goes down with LA 28. And as you all at Metro are very aware, there's a lot of community groups who are engaged with thinking through, you know, what are the challenges here and what are going to be the benefits for local communities. So I really appreciated your overview that had attention to, you know, what's left, right, and then keeping LA moving and all that. And I had questions about two specific programs. One is Open Streets, and kind of wondering in terms of the ask around, coordinating funding support and that kind of thing, if you have advice for us about how we could be implementing or supplementing funding to that sort of a program, since it's non-infrastructure and it doesn't really fit the mold in a lot of ways. Personally, as a co-founder of Ciclovia, I would love to see if we could figure out how to be supporting more of that programming. So if y'all have advice, bring it to the commission, that'd be great. And the other piece is the Transit Ambassadors Program, which I personally have so appreciated. It does change my experience as a Metro rider to get to interact with friendly faces on the system. And I know that Metro is moving from a contracting model with that program to taking it in-house. So I'm sure there's a lot of, potential ways that it can change and expand between now and 2028. I was just wondering how the Transit Ambassadors maybe fit into some of the planning, considering we'll expect to have so many people from out of town who could use some help navigating the system.
Thank you for your comment and question.
That means you're a deity.
Hello?
Test. There we go. Thank you so much, Commissioner Lugo, for your comment and your question. In terms, I'll answer the second question and comment on your first comment last. So we are estimating, currently forecasting the demand that will be placed on our system and identifying which of the transit stations will be heaviest used. And with that, I believe we also will start including sort of what personnel and our operational planning that we will need to have during the games. Our operational planning has yet started because there's a lot of sort of questions still up in the air and data that we need to further refine those games demand, right? But surely we will take into consideration the transit ambassadors because we have been hearing great feedback regarding them, and they will likely be part of our plan, operational plan. And in terms of the open streets, we just were awarded the Reconnecting Communities grant for about $139 million. And part of that grant does have an open streets concept at some of our different mobility hubs. And so in terms of seeing which ways we can apply for funding for those, we are trying to find strategic ways to include that in larger grant applications because we do believe that there will be a lot of people that will be unable to join the games at the venues, and so we want the region to be able to experience the games, right, in their communities. So that is something that is extremely important to Metro. Thank you.
Yes. Oh, great. Past Chair Norton.
Hi. Thank you very much for this very thorough presentation. And in Paris, they are anticipating that only 25% of the people that are traveling to Paris are actually going to have tickets. So even though you have this many, you said 10 to 15 million tickets anticipated, there's still going to be lots and lots of people. And many of us, as Dr. Lugo mentioned, are working on opportunities to expand the appreciation and viewing sheds of the game. I have some questions about the Paralympics and the fact that 15% of the American public are disabled in some way. And many of us are working on LA Streetcar and an Olympic festival plan that will help people of all mobilities travel through the Olympics and others. And I also wanted to ask, in Mayor Bass's motion yesterday about improving security, she also talked about making sure that all of the stations actually have cell phone reception, which isn't the case right now. Can you talk a little bit about how you're going to make sure that all of these venues and every element of how we're going to experience the game, whether we have a ticket or not, are going to be fully wired up and are going to serve mobility for all?
Thank you for your question. As I mentioned, we are in the process of doing our games demand forecasting to see where we will experience the most demand. Based on previous experience, they are always a set of parameters that we identify with people of limited mobility, right? And so we know that we will have to accommodate that population, not just for the Paralympics. In fact, there will be more people with disabilities or special needs during the Olympics simply because of the demand that's coming for the Olympics. And so we want to make sure that the demand that we're focused on the Olympics will translate over to the Paralympics. So we're looking at our stations and seeing which stations, as I mentioned in my presentation, need sort of the most love, right? That need a little sort of state of good repair, if you will, to improve accessibility at those stations. In terms of the open streets concept, we do believe that it is extremely important to have this games for the region, right? To ensure that everyone can see it, whether it's, you know, in El Monte or over, you know, in the San Gabriel Valley, somewhere else in the San Gabriel Valley, or down in the gateway cities, right, where there will be no venues, right, or people that cannot go to the venues. So this is extremely important. We're working with the cities to see what we can do to help them in order to encourage them to have these watch parties, right? Because it is important to bring the games to the people and not the people to the games, right? I think that is the motto that Metro is looking to deploy, right? And with that, I'll just say that, you know, there will be a lot of spectators that aren't ticketed spectators, and we know that. Not just people that don't go to the venues, but there are also road events that don't require tickets, and we have to look at that demand as well and see what that does to our streets and our communities.
Yeah, we look forward to working with you in partnership to really bring this full plan to fruition, and we thank you for the broad vision that you have. Thank you. Thank you.
Colleagues, yes, Commissioner Cruz.
Thank you, Chair Guardino, and thank you for the presentation. It was robust and very informative. My question speaks to just timing, given the short timeline, 1,500 days, and some of the projects that are associated with accommodating the Olympics. What are we looking at? What are you looking at as far as improving project delivery to get these projects going and towards construction quicker to meet the timelines?
Thank you so much for your question. One of the federal and state advocacy needs is expediting the environmental process. We know that when we do win grants, especially the one that we just won is a federal grant, and we have to go through the NEPA process. So we want to work with our partners to see how we can expedite that environmental process that usually is very lengthy, right? And so those are ways, creative ways that we're hoping to expedite these projects, right? Bundling these projects to see how faster we can actually implement them. But those are ways that we are thinking currently to be able to deliver on time. We're setting an internal deadline for ourselves by the end of 2027, early 2028 to deliver these projects.
Other commissioners with comments or questions? Ms. Torres, thank you. And will you please keep us apprised, especially on how we might be able to add value as you move forward?
Certainly, Chair. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Are there questions in the room or online? Douglas and Justin?
No, we did not receive any request to comment on the item. Thank you.
No one requested tickets?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, then let me be first. Okay, thank you again for joining us today. Our next item requires 8 votes, and it is item 57, if my colleagues can turn to that, and if our appropriate staff members are in place for this resolution of necessity discussion.
We really want to call it appropriate staff.
Dr. Sobelman, the mic is yours.
Thank you for that introduction. Commissioners, this resolution of necessity to appear before the Commission was requested by Council for the family of Jadish Ramila Mano and Samir Patel and the Wigwam Motel LLC due to impacts to their property from a pavement project that also includes upgrading 88 facilities and incorporating complete streets elements onto State Route 66 in San Bernardino County. Please note, there is a yellow replacement book item as identified on the change list. At this time, I'd first like to ask if the property owners or representative are in attendance or are participating virtually.
We have a Carl Holmes, virtual attendee with their hand raised at this time.
You want to let them unmute?
We don't know who they are.
Carl Holmes, I believe, works with MTC, unless it's a different Carl Holmes.
They have
Let's
lowered their
find
hand,
out,
so that
yes.
may have been inadvertent.
Oh, they lowered their hand.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So it appears that the property owner or representative is not in attendance. Okay, so let's go ahead. I'm going to go over the action that we'll be taking today. Property in question has a total area of 127,012 square feet, or approximately 2.9 acres, and is used as a motel. The required area from the property to construct the project is 3,445 square feet in fee, 2,198 square feet for a temporary construction easement, and 21,530 square feet in underlying fee to perfect the state's ownership of the highway. Under eminent domain law, a property owner whose property is under condemnation consideration has the right to appear before the commission to question 3 of the 4 findings that are required to be met per section 1245.23 of the Code of Civil Procedure prior to the commission adopting a resolution. These findings are: does the public interest and necessity require the proposed project? Is the project planned and located in a manner that will be most compatible with the greatest public good and least private injury? And is the property necessary for the proposed project? The 4th finding requires that an offer to acquire the property in accordance with Government Code Section 7267.2 has been made to the owner of record. It is my understanding the department provided this offer and it was received by the property owner on April 6th of 23. The commission neither determines the amount of compensation for the property rights to be acquired nor deals with any other issues other than other than the first 3 findings. Code of Civil Procedures, Section 1245.24 specifies 8 affirmative votes are needed for the commission's approval of a resolution of necessity. I would just ask one more time to see if the property owner or a representative is available to present on this item.
I would like to indicate that we do have an additional virtual attendee with their hand raised. We have a Jackson Ho.
Maybe we should check to see who they're representing.
Yes, could we please?
All right, will do.
Thank you, Justin.
Jackson Ho, you are now free to unmute yourself and comment at this time. They've since lowered their hand. Thank you.
Justin, you're too intimidating.
Okay, so without the property owner here, I'd like to give a recommendation from the commission, or to the commission. So commission staff has reviewed the proposed RON and concludes Caltrans has met the statutory requirements and therefore recommends approval of the RON.
First of all, Timothy, thank you. We know how the length and the depth that we do in considering resolutions of necessity. So appreciate your work on that. I want to turn it over to my commissioner colleagues in case they have any questions or comments to you. Colleagues? Okay. And again, just one more opportunity in the room or online. Justin, would anyone like to comment on the RON?
We're not seeing any requests to comment at this time.
Great, thank you. Then I would be looking for a motion.
So moved.
Thank you to former Chair Eager for the motion. Second to Commissioner Falcone. Okay.
We do not have to do a roll call, we just have to have 8 present voting, so we have to have 8 ayes.
Okay, good. Well, 16 ayes, 8 people. All those in favor of approving the staff recommendation?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? That passes unanimously. Thank you, Timothy. Where would we like to go in order from here, Director Taylor?
If we go to tab 102.
Great. And tab 102, if we can turn there. And these are two projects. I believe these are two TCRP projects, correct? Oh, these are TSET projects. Great. Okay, tab 102, our staff. Oh, there you are, please. And for the record, please identify yourself for the public. And we do have speakers for this item after your presentation.
Good morning, Commissioners. Tab 102 is an allocation request for $130,900,000 in trade corridor enhancement program funds for two locally administered projects on the state highway system in Santa Clara and Ventura counties. Specifically, $55 million for the US 101 State Route 25 interchange Phase 1 project in Santa Clara County, and $75,900,000 for the Rice Avenue and 5th Street grade separation project in Ventura County. Staff has reviewed the requests, and they are consistent with Trade Corridor Enhancement Program guidelines. Therefore, staff recommends your approval of tab 102.
Thank you. We are going to first go to speakers in the room, then we will ask if there are speakers online. If these two speakers can please line up, Jeanette Sanchez Palacios with the Office of Assembly Member Jackie Irwin and Martin Erickson. Who wouldn't mind coming forward? And thank you for joining us today. Assembly Member Irwin would be here, but she is at a conference in Canada today, and we are delighted that Jeanette is here to represent her.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, board members and members of the public. As identified, my name is Jeanette Sanchez Palacios. I'm the District Director for Assemblymember Jackie Irwin. And since being elected in 2014, Assemblymember Irwin pledged to make Ventura County her top priority every day. The funding for the Rice Avenue project has been a priority and a concern for our entire region for the past 15 years. The Rice Avenue rail crossing is the third most dangerous rail crossing in the state, according to the PUC. And unfortunately, we have witnessed many years of accidents and 3 deaths involving train and automobile injuries throughout these incidents. Further, this intersection sees at least 1 accident per month, and half of those result in bodily injuries. Beyond the safety threat, this project also improves the environmental quality in this area, allowing cars and trucks, which would normally sit idle waiting for a train to pass, to continue to keep moving. This is especially important because the air quality in this area has been ranked the worst under the state's Cal Enviro screen, which measures multiple factors to determine if communities are disproportionately burdened by pollution. So throughout the years that Assemblymember Irwin represented the city of Oxnard at the state level, she often raised this project as one of the very important projects in Ventura County and one that should be prioritized for funding. And so thankfully, our state leaders have agreed as well. While this project is clearly a local priority, it did languish because of lack of funding, and we are so grateful to be able to have secured not only federal funding, but also now hopefully the funding that you could approve today. So with that, I want to recognize the City of Oxnard, Ventura County Transportation Commission, Caltrans District 7, for all of their continued work.
And I'm so sorry your time is up.
Thank you so much.
It's that part of the Oscars where when they're thanking people that the music starts. Yes, exactly. Ms. Palacios, thank you for joining us. And thank you. We have Martin Erickson, and if there's a third speaker, if we could have your, no. Good. Martin Erickson, welcome.
Good morning. Good morning. Welcome, our Gardino commissioners. I am Martin Erickson, the Executive Director of the Ventura County Transportation Commission. And just to reiterate the comments you just heard from Jeanette from Assemblymember Irwin's office, we are very excited about this project. It's also a milestone, as it's really it is the first major SB1 project approval, and it will not only provide needed jobs for the area, but it will allow safe and efficient travel of trucks traveling to the port of Wainini, and just really is, again, been a long time coming. I want to acknowledge our partner, also the City of Oxnard, and Debbie O'Leary is here with me. She's a project manager from the city. Oxnard is Ventura County's largest city, and again, this project really reflects partnership on many, many levels. And we're also excited that it will be ready to advertise next week. So we take seriously the responsibility of putting this money to work. And again, thank you for your assistance with this. We're very grateful.
Mr. Erickson, thank you for driving over to join us. Ms. O'Leary, did you want to speak as well? If you do, you can fill out a card when you're done. Great. Okay, I just thought you were his bodyguard. But thank you both for joining us in person. Are there virtual participants who would like to speak with either of the two items within tab 102?
Thank you, Chair Gardino. I do not. We did have a recent request, a virtual hand raise. I'd like to call on Justin Tran.
Good morning, Commissioners. Justin Tran, Press Secretary for State Senator John Laird, and just calling on behalf of the Senator to relay his support for this item, in specific, the $55 million allocation for Santa Clara County. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Is there anyone else online?
I have not yet seen anybody else requesting to comment on these items at this time.
Great. And what Senator Laird's staff member was calling in about is the second of the two improvements, the one in Santa Clara County. In this tab, the $55 million are for safety improvements at 101 and 25 just south of Gilroy on the way to San Benito County, to Hollister, which unfortunately historically has been the location of many crashes as people's frustration would grow as they tried to make that interchange. If I may, when I was a very young field representative for a state assembly member, working with a pretty young Caltrans executive named Will Kempton, when Leo Trambatori was the head of Caltrans, we worked on a temporary improvement because the 101-25 interchange used to just be a hope and a prayer as you turned across the freeway traffic. There was no real interchange. So we put a temporary, quote, interchange in place with a shelf life of about 20 years. Well, it's been a lot more than 20 years. So this $55 million is phase one of a step that will not only make it more convenient and less traffic building up, but a lot safer. Sometimes these are a long time in coming, as Commissioner Tiffany, I'm sure, can attest for what his residents and constituents, when he was on the Board of Supervisors in San Benito County, have to endure on a daily basis. And I'm so glad your light is on, if you would like to speak to this at all, or when we're looking for a motion, if that's something you might want to consider.
Yes, I would love to make a motion, but let me make a few comments. As you just pointed out, Chair Gardino, this is really a critical project for the safety of people in South Santa Clara County as well as San Benito County. I recall very well the days of having to make that turn across traffic and putting one's life in their hands. But it's nearly as dangerous now because what's happening is with all of the commuters that are returning home from work from Silicon Valley heading into San Benito County, there's a very significant backup along 101 South where everyone backs up on the shoulder to try to get off at this interchange. And it's frankly amazing that there has not been an enormous accident and a number of fatalities there because of the backup. And at any rate, this is a really significant project. I know the citizens of San Benito County as well as South Santa Clara County are going to be excited to see this interchange finally addressed after all these years. It also will help tremendously in terms of congestion on 25 as well, and will help the commute times for the residents of Holliston and San Benito County. And eventually, I hope I'm up here to help support 25 being dealt with itself. But for now, this is a very good first step, and I wholeheartedly support this. Thank you.
Would you like to turn that into the form of a motion?
I would. I would gladly make a motion to approve these two items.
Second.
And that is a motion by Commissioner Tiffany with a second by Commissioner Bradshaw.
Chair, just to be clear, it's one item with two parts.
Yes.
Not two items, correct?
Okay.
There's two projects
Yes,
in
I'm
this
just,
one
for the
item
record, so folks
of
understand.
tab 102.
We're doing one tab.
I got you.
Correct? Yeah.
Do I need to amend that?
No?
Okay.
Okay, no, you don't. Are there other questions or anyone else online who would like to speak to either of these items? And I ask because I had been contacted by Congressmember Zoe Lofgren, who represents that area and cares deeply about this, Assemblymember Gail Pellerin, who represents that area and cares deeply about it, and Speaker Robert Rivas.
Chair, I will note we got a letter from Lofgren late yesterday, and we'll make sure that becomes part of the record of the meeting as well.
I appreciate that, but since I had heard from those fine leaders, I wanted to make sure none of them or their representatives were calling in.
Yeah, we're not seeing any indication online of them requesting a comment.
Wonderful. We have a motion and a second on tab 102 for these two important projects in Oxnard and in South Santa Clara County. Seeing no other discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That passes unanimously. Now, we've bounced around a little bit to accommodate some leaders to join us today. So I'm going to be looking to Executive Director Taylor of where we're re-picking up our agenda.
We are now going back down in order. We are going to go to the consent calendar, beginning with tab 34.
Great. Okay. Jaden, I believe we get to hear from you.
Yes, Chair.
Good.
Okay, Commissioners, tabs 34 through 56 are action items on the consent calendar. Please make note of the change list for tabs 34, 40, and 41. Staff has reviewed these items and recommends approval of tabs 34 through 56.
Great. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak to any items on the consent calendar? And I have been handed one card for item 43, Jason Nutt with the City of Santa Rosa. Mr. Nutt, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Gardino and Commissioners. I'm Jason Nutt. I'm the Assistant City Manager for the City of Santa Rosa, and I'm here to comment on tab 43. The City of Santa Rosa, as a member of the Southeast Greenway Community Partnership, has worked diligently since 2014 following the Commission's resolution rescinding the freeway adoption for an undeveloped portion of State Route 12, allowing the excess land to be sold by Caltrans. Should the Commission approve this action, the City is excited to accept the 49 acres referred to by our community as the Southeast Greenway. This greenway offers an unprecedented opportunity for our region and community, one that will enable the creation of Santa Rosa's version of a central park that will include habitat preservation, active recreation, in addition to closing a critical gap in our active transportation network. by completing an east-west multi-use pathway connecting neighborhoods on the far east side of the city with downtown, the north-south multi-use path along the SMART rail line, and Sonoma County's Joe Rodota Trail that extends into our West County. This will be a significantly impactful amenity, creating a vital connection for our most disadvantaged neighborhoods, providing them with safe and healthy non-vehicular connection for all users to Annandale State Park, Spring Lake Regional Park, Howarth Memorial Community Park, which are all jewels in Sonoma County's outdoor recreation space. On behalf of the city, we thank the Commission for considering this action to approve the sale of the Southeast Greenway property and hope you will vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nutt, for traveling all the way from Santa Rosa. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to speak to tab 43 as we look at the consent calendar? Seeing none, I believe we do have some virtual attendees. Justin?
Yes, thank you, Chair Gardino. And just a reminder, if you do wish to comment on any of these items, please indicate by either a virtual hand raise or a written comment. We did receive a written comment for this item. I would actually prefer to call on this attendee who has their hand raised. Virtual attendee Pankaj Deshpande, I did see your hand raised. One moment. You're now free to unmute yourself and comment at this time.
Yeah, so I have a objection on line number 42. There's a parcel number DD 646310101, and this land is being sold to the private owner. Then this property is exactly behind our house, and we have a lot of concerns, for all the residents who are here. It's impacting our privacy. It's impact our home values, and I'm not sure what's going to happen because there is no direct access to this land. There is no state access, and the owner said he's planning to start installing the utilities in next month or two. And to install this, to make any work progress here, we have to cut the trees, we have to build the new roads. So we have, strong objections, selling or making any constructions on this land.
If I could ask someone from Caltrans to respond to this. Who do we have for the calendar?
Thank you for coming forward, and for the record, if you can reintroduce yourself, Carolyn.
Can you hear me? Am I close enough? We do have someone from the district that can address that question, but I believe it's hard for me to understand what he was saying, but I think he's concerned about the property that we are selling under tab 42 that impacts, I'm thinking he was saying his view or privacy. This property has not been sold at this point. This is what we're here to do, is to prove that sale. We do have, I'm sorry. Okay. Sorry. So the buyer has some concerns with the property because he's not able to access that property. And I know he sent a letter to the HOA members asking them to call in to express their concern with the sale of the transaction. I don't know if the buyer is here today, but okay, he might be calling in. But Dan Murdoch from District 7 is here, and if you have any further questions about that parcel, he can address them.
Carolyn, thank you.
Carolyn, just one confirmation. We heard that the buyer or the individual believes that their property values will be impacted. Their property values will not be impacted by the sale of the property, correct?
I don't believe so. I don't see how it can. The property is not, it's landlocked. You can't access it. And that was, when we did the auction, it was publicly known that it was a landlocked parcel and made very clear to all the buyers. We did have several people that bid on it, so I'm not sure why somebody would bid on something that's landlocked, but I seem to think there was some value there. And I know this gentleman who purchased it has been trying to work with the HOA to gain access, and he just hasn't been successful in doing so.
I believe we do have another speaker, though.
Yes, thank you. We do have one other virtual attendee at this time with their hand raised.
Is it also for item 42?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
I'd like to call on Marisol Winters. Marisol, you're free to unmute yourself at this time. Marisol, I see that you've unmuted yourself. If you're speaking, we cannot hear you. Okay, there may be a technical issue there.
Ms. Winters, if you're in a position that you can type what you would like to say, for some reason we cannot hear you. If you can hear us, if you want to type that, we'll make sure that your comment is read up to 2 minutes of whatever you send in.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chair. And that would conclude all requests to comment at this time.
With our executive director's okay, what I'd like to do then, since Ms. Winters was calling about item 42, if we can move forward with the consent calendar, 34 through 56, setting aside 42 for a moment to see if she does type something to send in. Is that okay, Executive Director Taylor?
Of course.
Is that okay with my colleagues?
Yes.
Okay, so for consent calendar items 34 through 56, except we're set aside 42 momentarily, is there a motion?
So moved. Approve.
Commissioner Bradshaw, motion. Commissioner Cruz, second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving the consent calendar items 34 through 56, setting aside 42, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? And that passes. Thank you. Can we give 42 just a little bit longer and we'll go to our next item, which should be item 58, right? Because we've done 57, which was our resolution of necessity. We're moving on to tab 58, Timothy Sobelman.
Thank you. Commissioners, tab 58 is an action item that requires commission approval for Caltrans to proceed with executing 17 director's deeds for the sale of excess state-owned properties in the city of Los Angeles. Please note there's an update to the book item as identified on the change list. The conveyance of excess state-owned real property is pursuant to Section 118 of the Streets and Highways Code, and specific to these director's deeds, the Roberti Act and the State Route 710 Sales Program regulations. The Roberti Act requires the department to dispose of State Route 710 surplus residential properties originally acquired for the State Route 710 extension project located in Pasadena, South Pasadena, and the El Sereno community of Los Angeles in a manner that preserves, maintains, and expands the supply of housing to persons and families of low to moderate income. In August of 2022, the department offered to sell 37 properties in El Sereno by soliciting interest from approved housing-related entities. Pursuant to the Roberti Act, as amended under Senate Bill 51, housing-related entities have priority to purchase unoccupied properties, and specific to properties in El Sereno, no preference is provided to public housing-related entities. The properties were offered in the department's original acquisition prices in as-is condition and without warranty. Properties sold at less than current fair market value are subject to recorded covenants containing the use and resale restriction. This ensures the use of the properties for affordable rental housing for a term of 55 years when owned by a housing-related entity, and for 45 years when the property is owner-occupied. In accordance to statute, the City of Los Angeles will monitor compliance with the covenants for properties in El Sereno. The department, with assistance from the Department of Housing and Community Development, reviewed and ranked the 8 bids received. In August of 2023, each of the 37 properties were awarded, and in January, the Commission approved the sale of 17 of the 37 properties. This book item is approving another 17 of the 37 properties. It is important to note that all properties listed under this tab are vacant. 10 properties were awarded to the Housing Authority of the City of Los Angeles. 4 properties were awarded to HRE El Sereno LLC, which is a partnership between San Gabriel Valley Habitat for Humanity and New Economics for Women. And lastly, 3 properties were awarded to Beacon Housing. The proceeds generated from the sale of the 17 vacant properties total $446,615 and will be deposited in the State Route 710 rehabilitation account in accordance with statutes to fund lender-required repairs for properties being sold at affordable prices to persons and families of low or moderate income. Staff has reviewed the book item and recommends approval of tab 58.
Timothy, thank you. We do have speakers on this item in the room and perhaps online as well. I do want to mention that Ms. Winters on item 42 kindly did submit something in writing. So just to let her know that we will come back to item 42 after we have finished with item 58. So again, Ms. Winters, thank you for finding a way to communicate with us, but we'll stay on item 58 now that we're started. With that, I'm going to ask our first three speakers to please line up so that we are as efficient with your time and everyone else's time as possible. Our first speaker will be Beatrice Stoutzer with New Economics for Women, followed by Jacqueline Arqueta, and then followed by Pauline Nather Patak. What? Yes, I know. And we're going to do our best to get through today's agenda before your birthday actually starts tomorrow. With that, Beatrice Stoutzer, welcome. We won't start the clock until you start speaking.
Thank you and good morning. My name is Bea Stoutzer. I am board chair and founder of New Economics for Women. And for over 35 years, we have had the privilege and the blessings to develop affordable housing to meet the needs of women and children. It is my distinct honor to partner with the San Gabriel Habitat for Humanity, San Gabriel Valley, who is our partner in purchasing these properties, as they will be dedicated to families who have experienced domestic violence. With that, I'll yield my time to my partner. Over here, Jacqueline, who's also on our staff. Jacqueline?
She will actually get her own time as a different speaker.
I was trying to save you time.
You're kind. That will be up to her how much she'd like to speak, though.
One of the wonderful things about this organization that I'm very proud of is the fact that since in its inception, we have committed to always meeting the needs of the families that we serve, and from the very beginning, we've engaged in speaking to the families in the community of El Sereno. We already have housing, affordable housing for seniors in El Sereno. We are partners with many of the organizations there, so we look forward to this new development, and with your approval, house even 30-some families in those properties. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stoutzer. And we will hear from our next speaker, Ms. Arqueta. And please repronounce your name because I think I didn't do it justice.
You did so. Thank you. My name is Jacqueline Argueta. I'm the project manager at New Economics for Women, and I'm here just to give community just a brief description of our project over in El Sereno for these Caltrans properties. Our proposed project name is Hogar Propio. This project will allow New to expand housing opportunities and house survivors of domestic and sexual violence in spaces that have been repositioned to provide quality, affordable housing. The survivors and children are typically put in difficult situations and compromise their safety and well-being at the cost of having a roof over their head due to financial insecurity and unstable housing, and often face the risk of homelessness. Hogar Propio will be places survivors and their families will be able to call home, their own home. Collectively, this project will provide 31 units of much-needed affordable housing in El Sereno. In partnership with Habitat for Humanity, San Gabriel Valley, the homes will be rehabilitated and developed to provide long-term affordable rental properties that New will own and operate long-term. With that, I yield my time. Well, I'm sorry, I don't. I just kidding. So I did want to just briefly speak on our community engagement. So currently, we have done just light community engagement. As part of our development process, we engage in community discussions regarding our developments and work with various stakeholders to ensure the developments serve appropriately determined housing needs. Our process of community outreach and consultation will be incorporated into the El Sereno community development. This outreach will commence upon acquisition of the property.
Ms. Arqueta, I'm so sorry, but your 2 minutes are up. Thank you for joining us today. After Ms. Arqueta again is Paulin, and I'm going to have Paulin help me with her last name, and followed by Grant Power. Paulin, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Paulin Ngao Teptatak. I know it's a little difficult to pronounce. I'm the executive director of Beacon Housing, and we are one of the HREs that was awarded some of the properties in question today. I wanted to share a little bit about Beacon Housing and our work. In light of the agenda item, we are a nonprofit housing provider with a mission to assist with compassion and care those who are vulnerable to homelessness to rebuild their lives in peace and stability. We offer below-market rentals to certified low-income individuals and families, and we also offer transitional housing to single-parent families, mothers and children who are survivors of domestic violence. In addition to that, we offer academic enrichment programs for low-income students, most of whom reside on our property. In addition to all of that, we offer educational workshops on topics enhancing financial and housing security, which are open to the public. Right now, we own and operate 55 units in San Gabriel Valley and Northeast LA. And last year, our housing and educational and service programming served 523 lives.
Wow.
So since we've been around since 1996, and we have a vision of a caring community environment where every person can be empowered to achieve housing security. And so our plan for the 710 properties is to obviously rehabilitate and then to add gentle density to those properties in order to maximize the use of the property and the number of units that would be available as affordable rental housing. Our plan, in addition to that, is not just to add the units.
And Ms. Yao Tepetak, I'm sorry, but your time is up.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to share our work.
Thank you. We appreciate you coming to speak with us today. Next is Mr. Grant Power. Welcome, Mr. Power.
Giving me this opportunity to address this group briefly. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Pleased to meet all of you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm here as the Director of Real Estate Development for San Gabriel Valley Habitat for Humanity. We are pleased and honored to partner with New Economics for Women as a housing-related entity on new opportunities, to create new opportunities for affordable housing in El Sereno. The housing improvements that we are talking with New Economics for Women about doing together are consistent, we think, with the aspirations of Caltrans and the El Sereno community. We're grateful to have this opportunity, and we're looking forward to helping create a brighter future for families in El Sereno. And we think that we can complete this housing development program quickly, as soon as possible after we have an approval from this body today. Thanks very much.
Mr. Powers, thank you for joining us. Is there anyone else in the room who has filled out a speaker card or would like to speak to this important item? Seeing none. Online, Justin?
Yes, we do have one virtual attendee with their hand raised at this time. I'd like to call on Joanne Knuckles.
Hello. Thank you, Commissioners, for this opportunity to speak. I'm speaking about one of the 17 properties, 4215 Maycrest. It's the 8 Revival Bungalows. And I'm speaking as a member of the Bungalow Collective and a longtime supporter of historic preservation. And since the 2000s, we've been attempting to restore these bungalows in partnership with the National Trust for Historic Preservation and Caltrans. And I'd like to read to you a letter from 2010 from Caltrans Deputy Director Andy Nuremberg. This letter shall constitute my concurrence and support for your application to the National Trust for Historic Preservation to fund the planning of the rehabilitation of the constructive reuse 4215 Maycrest Avenue, Los Angeles. The department supports the constructive reuse of the Maycrest bungalows as a community center or other community-based non-residential use. We've been working on this with Doug Failing, many others at Caltrans for a long time, but unfortunately this collaboration, and it is with the community, multiple petitions and support for this cultural resource to make it into an arts and cultural center. We'd like to know how we can get back to a constructive dialogue to add this to a supportive element to the community of El Sereno, much as the community garden is in El Sereno and Arlington Gardens in Pasadena. These are cultural resources as determined by Caltrans. And we had this support, but then any attempt we've made for this discussion just sort of has not been happening. And we don't want to lose all this hundreds of hours of volunteer time and work that's gone into this. And we're asking for this to be postponed for that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Do we have any other speakers online?
I do not see any virtual attendees additionally wanting to request to comment on this item.
Great. Thank you. Seeing or hearing no other speakers in the room or online on item 58, we will close the public hearing portion of this item, and we'll turn to the dais for question, comments, or possible motion. Vice Chair Grisby.
So moved. Second.
There has been a motion by Vice Chair Grisby, a second by Past Chair Norton. Is there further discussion? Yes, Commissioner Lugo.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to make a few comments. One is I so appreciate that we got to hear comments from some of the housing-related entities who have been determined to be qualified to receive this housing. I think it really helps us to get a better view of the expertise and the intentions of those groups, hearing about, what they envision for the housing and the properties is, I just really appreciate that as a commissioner. So just wanted to thank Caltrans staff for coordinating that. And I do have kind of there's two things. I've come to understand a little bit of, how housing-related entities are rated for eligibility for receiving this housing. I did have a question in terms of Roberti. So I know that, a group that we've heard from here before, the El Sereno Community Land Trust, was formed in order to meet the qualifications of being a housing-related entity. And they're also, as a community land trust, working in a model that has been growing throughout the state that is intended to provide homeownership opportunities for low-income residents. And so I'm just kind of wondering, with Roberti, is there, in the interpretation of Caltrans, is there a priority around creating homeownership as opposed to rental opportunities for properties that are being transferred from Caltrans? So just a question about that, like how does that fit into the mix? Because I know that, one of the pressures we have around housing, just the overall shortage of affordable housing in the state, we also have a very well-documented racialized wealth gap in terms of what families have been able to purchase property and then pass on generational wealth. And so the importance of creating more pathways to homeownership for our economically disadvantaged communities is it's just really on my mind. And I'm speaking as someone who has in the past been part of a community land trust project in Los Angeles. So just wanted to hear about that. And then, so that's one question for Caltrans staff. Homeownership versus rental properties. Roberti, is there any specific guidance there? And then a question for the groups that we got to hear from along similar lines. Can you just comment to us a little bit about that? The need for more homeownership opportunities and how the work that you do in, maybe not with these specific properties, but in other ways, is kind of recognizing that need or how it feeds into it.
Thank you, Commissioner Lugo. Great questions. We're going to hear first from Caltrans, and then, if they would like, from the folks that we heard from earlier.
I'll take the first one regarding the Roberti.
And if you wouldn't mind, for the record, we're going to just need you to re-identify yourself.
I'm Carolyn Dabney, Office Chief over Excess Lands in Caltrans headquarters.
Thank you.
And as far as your first question regarding the Roberti Act does provide preference for home ownership to our current existing tenants and occupants. So they will have the first priority to purchase. But when it comes to awarding to HREs, there's no preference as to whether they use those for affordable rental housing or affordable home ownership. If they select rental housing, it has to be for 55 years. And if it's home ownership, it's a 45-year covenant. All the HREs here today that are presenting and that are purchasing are utilizing those properties for affordable rental housing. But I do want to share some good news that Grant Powers didn't share with you, but at the last commission meeting in January, we awarded 16 properties to San Gabriel Valley Habitat for Humanity. And as we are speaking here today, they are having a groundbreaking ceremony on 2 of the properties that they closed escrow yesterday. And so congrats to them. It's been a great joy working with our team, and we're happy to be here today to award hopefully more properties to them and get those properties sold. Dan Murdoch from District 7 is here. I mean, you want to say something?
Yes, Dan Murdoch with Caltrans. I'm the deputy of right-of-way in District 7. It was my first opportunity to address the commission, and I appreciate the time. I echo what Carolyn was sharing regarding Roberti, and this is, something we really want to encourage and share the good news, the good things that are happening. We've never had this opportunity, and these things are moving forward, and it's really an exciting time. So we have several escrows. Looking forward to more groundbreakings and more good news.
Thank you both. And again, don't go too far away.
Yes.
But please feel free to relax and sit. And we're going to welcome one of our other speakers back to the podium. Again, for those online as well as in the room for our records, if you could reintroduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Bea Stotzer, and I'm board chair of New Economics for Women. And speaking to your question, we have built over 1,600 affordable units in the the county of Los Angeles, and have been able to provide home ownership and acquisition and flipping homes of over 130 homes. So we're one of the very only nonprofits that do single family as well as multifamily, in addition to providing on a yearly basis homeownership counseling and financing for homeowners to be able to afford to stay here, which is getting worse and worse by the day. In terms of this tranche of properties, in partnership with Habitat, we wanted to strike a balance. We have the expertise of multifamily, rental, as well as homeownership. We wish we would have gotten more properties. We will be bidding for the next tranche to do both homeownership and rental, because we do need both. But our primary purpose was to do homeownership eventually, because we are hoping that the ones that we do get will lead to homeownership. We just didn't think that they would be ready right away. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. And now we're going to hear from Paul and Yautepec.
Nicely done.
That was very nicely done. I'm Paula Nyautepitak. I'm the Executive Director of Beacon Housing. The focus on our work has really been on affordable rentals, because we view, I think, housing security as a continuum. And so, oftentimes we work with people who are coming out of being unhoused, and coming into transitional housing and transitioning out of that into permanent housing. Usually that first stop is rental housing. And to ensure that they're able to sustain that housing, that's why we have a lot of our educational programs that helps people to retain the housing once they're already entered the housing. But not only that, we have responded to the needs of the community when they've requested, how to continue that continuum into home ownership, and that's done through workshops that we've held to introduce the path to home ownership, and that's something that we're hoping to expand on as well.
Thank you, Ms. Nyautepitak. Mr. Powers?
Hello, Grant Power from Habitat for Humanity, San Gabriel Valley. As you heard just now, a couple of properties have closed escrow, and we now are the owner of those properties. We are repositioning those properties for permanent, affordable home ownership for low-income families. And we're very pleased and excited about this, and this will be the first two of about 15 different properties in this round in which that will occur. And so we're hoping that through those efforts, we will be able to help achieve the balance that you are speaking about. We are also engaging in extensive marketing and outreach and education efforts in the El Sereno community, inviting people to apply to become first-time home buyers in these properties.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Power. Commissioner Lugo, were your questions answered then?
My questions were answered beautifully. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Dabney. Thank you, Mr. Murdoch, and thank you, hearing from the HRE folks. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Lugo. Past Chair Norton?
Yes, first I want to thank my colleague, Dr. Lugo, for asking a question that I was very interested in the answer to, so that's wonderful. I want to thank you all for the work that has gone into this. I live in Council District 14. El Sereno is one of the many neighborhoods that are part of that council district, and I actually worked in Council District 14, so I'm very aware of the needs of El Sereno. I want to specifically call out B. Stotzer from New Economics for Women. I've worked with you for 32 years now on the work that you've been doing in partnership with Centro de Niños, but in all of the ways that you have uplifted women. And I just think it's really important to remind ourselves how few domestic violence beds we have in LA County. I think you may have the number, but there was a time when there were like 500 beds only in the entire LA County. And it is one of the biggest reasons that women are plunging into homelessness, is that they are leaving domestic violence situations, and they would rather be on the street than in their homes. And I just want to thank you, B, for constantly focusing on the uplift of and safety of women, and that it's not just about housing, it's what you do for economic counseling. It's what you do to make sure that women are safe and their children are safe. And the idea that this Caltrans property is a way of creating new opportunities for you and for all of the organizations to help people start on a new life is very, very exciting. And we just are really humbled by the opportunity to make that happen. And I know you've all been patient with this. I want to thank Caltrans for the hard work you've put into this and to making sure that through New Economics for Women, through Habitat for all of these places, that we are creating the opportunity to make something out of nothing. And I just want to really honor how you're going to be adding to so profoundly needed domestic violence beds in LA County and especially in my council district. And so I want to thank you specifically for your work today. I also wanted to ask Caltrans if you could respond to Joanne Knuckles' point. I don't want to delay this item at all, but I did want to ask, because we do pay attention to every person who speaks in public comment, to find out what the disposition is of the item she's talking about, so that she doesn't feel that her words were not listened to.
Dan Murdoch, 7 Deputy for Right-of-Way. Just letting you know, in response to that question, we have had correspondence, and some concepts were proposed in 2010, and there was support for that. There have been reviews for this property as far as a National Historic Resource. Those reviews occurred in 2007, 2009, 2015, and 2019. And each time it was determined it didn't meet the qualifications for preservation or selection on the national resource for CEQA. So we are moving forward as presented.
Okay, thank you very much.
And thank you for coming back to that. I think several of us were. Thank you for the rich comments as well. We do have a motion and a second by Vice Chair Grisby, Past Chair Norton on this item. I just wanted to build for a moment on Past Chair Norton's comments about the human impact that these decisions make. For the first 7 years of her career, my wife, Leslie, ran an organization in the Bay Area called Innovative Housing that helped formerly homeless women with children, not only with a home, but with the wraparound services that are so needed. And so many had been victims of domestic violence, and the life-changing work that can do, and that we've heard about this morning as well. So we're very fortunate that you're doing the work that you are. So thank you from this commissioner. With that, are there any? Of course.
Yes, I also wanted to thank you all. In September 1994, I worked with then Senator Biden on writing the first Violence Against Women Act. And as we looked in California on what was being done to assist women in violent situations, and then across the country, we were obviously appalled on the lack of services for women in these situations. So now here we are, 2024, and the work that you all do, I don't even know that if when we were writing that, we envisioned that this would what it would be someday. So for those of you who have come after me to do this work, I can't tell you how much I appreciate the work that you're doing now and the things that we're going to do in the future. So I just wanted to add that, to thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing that, Past Chair Eager. Would anyone else like to speak on the dais? And we do have a motion and a second. All those in favor of moving forward with the staff recommendation on item 58, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That passes unanimously. Thank you. We are going to take a break at 10:30. We are going to first go back, as promised, though, to item 42. We have three written comments that Justin is going to read at a pace that our translator can stay up with, and up to 2 minutes for each of those sets of written comments. Justin?
Thank you, Chair Gardino. The first written comment comes from Marisol Winters. They write, I'm here today as a homeowner and voice for the residents of Pissarro Way in Porter Ranch. We just learned on April 27th that Caltrans auctioned the right to buy an isolated parcel that directly adjoins our homes. This revelation came without prior Caltrans notice to homeowners. The sale of this Caltrans property raises numerous concerns about zoning compliance. Renata Ooms, head of Los Angeles City Planning for Porter Ranch, informed me that the city's zoning website shows that the parcel is not a standalone lot, but part of a much larger Caltrans lot. portions of which cannot be sold without first applying for a subdivision to create a standalone parcel to sell. Furthermore, she stated that private owners cannot develop on PF zone land, and the city generally does not allow development on landlocked parcels, so any development proposal would need a proposal for street access. Did Caltrans consider how a developer would address this significant logistical issue? Does Caltrans have easement rights it intends to transfer with the property? If the only access is through an easement in the Sereno gated community, then that compromises the very definition of a gated community. Small Parcel LLC indicated their planned development would likely block the views of neighboring homes, unequivocally diminishing the value of adjacent properties by compromising privacy, security, and obstructing views. The financial implications for Caltrans are nominal compared to the substantial losses that adjacent homeowners will suffer. Approving the sale benefits Caltrans and the developer while inflicting significant harm on our community. It will not provide affordable housing or a community garden, but rather serve the developer's interest while irrevocably degrading the character of our community. I implore you to reject the sale of this Caltrans property. To respond to the comment regarding property value loss, there will be loss to adjacent homeowners should the buyer develop the property as he indicated in his letter that he would. Thank you. That concludes the first written comment.
Justin, thank you, and you did come in under time, as well as allowing our hardworking translator to keep up. Why don't you go ahead with the second and third as well?
Yes. The next comes from an anonymous attendee. They write, as a homeowner and voice for the residents of Pissarro Way, we just learned on April 27th that Caltrans auctioned the right to buy an isolated parcel that directly adjoins our homes. This revelation came without prior Caltrans notice to homeowners. Firstly, the sale of this Caltrans property raises numerous concerns about zoning compliance. Renata Ooms, head of the City of Los Angeles Porter Ranch Planning, informed me that the city zoning website shows that the lot is not a standalone lot, but part of a much larger lot owned by Caltrans, and that portions of lots cannot be sold without first applying for a subdivision of land to create a standalone parcel to sell. Furthermore, he stated that private owners cannot develop on PF zone land, and the city generally does not allow development on landlocked parcels, so any development proposal would need a proposal for street access. Caltrans consider how a developer would address this significant, and that comment ends there. That concludes the second comment.
Thank you, Justin. Please go ahead with the third comment, and we'll reset the clock.
From Miguel Jorge, under tab 42, item 7. I am a homeowner on Pissarro Way. Development will reduce property values for adjacent homeowners. Parcel is landlocked, and access could only be gained through a gated community, violating security and privacy. This makes no sense. I request the CTC reject this proposed sale. Thank you. That concludes the third comment and all written comments received for this item.
Thank you. So we have, for item 42, a reminder that that's the item that we had just gone back to. We have taken public testimony both in the room, online, and in writing for those online who are having a difficult time making the verbal connection. So I'm going to go now to the dais. Are there questions, comments, or a motion on item 42?
Motion to approve.
There's a motion by Commissioner Bradshaw, a second by Vice Chair Grisby. Further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, and I never want to forget our ex officio, Senator Dave Cortese, on the line, so always speak up, Senator Cortese, if you want to weigh in. But with that, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That passes unanimously. And Justin, thank you for finding a way for people to participate when they weren't able to verbally connect. It is 10:32. We are going to take a well-earned break for 15 minutes. For all of our stakeholders in the room, we will reconvene at 10:47. Thank you.
Oh, good, oh, good. Here you are. Still doing it. Actually, yes.
Okay. Commissioner, everything good with you? Oh, yeah, okay.
We're moving through, we got through these things that we're probably,
We thought would take a bit longer, yes.
I might be able to get my tour. My daughter graduated from college.
Yeah. All they were telling me. That's why I said, this is an important family thing. We don't need 8 votes on anything else, so.
I don't want her to be I will pick it out.
Everyone else, these two are, 4 of them are driving. As far as I know, they're good for a while.
I'm gonna rely on you.
I know the chair and, vice chair, they're on like a 7 o'clock program. We should be fine.
Just let me.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Actually, Mr. Tiffany's on the same flight as the chair, so they're all on a 7 o'clock flight. So we should be fine.
All right.
All good, Commissioner? Good. Okay. Another tax and rate special, right? Trying to figure this online.
We are. Okay.
just let him unmute. Hi, Yvonne, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello?
Okay, it's a little loud in the room, but you're there.
But,
Thank
but
you.
you can hear me okay? Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Colleagues and stakeholders, we're starting in 2 minutes. Thank you, 2 minutes. Well, good morning once again, colleagues and stakeholders. We hope you have enjoyed the break and a chance to catch up with others. We would like to stay on schedule. You deserve that from us. So we're going to ask you to please take your seats. If you do need to continue a conversation, please do so, but please just move it out into the hallway so that we can continue to conduct our business and appreciate your participation as partners in that business. We're going to go ahead and reconvene. We have a quorum, and we're starting with item 59, 2023 Active Transportation Program Benefits Report. These are always such a highlight. I've been looking forward to this update. Alika, I believe we get to hear from you.
Yes, you do, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Good morning. Tab 59 is an information item presenting the 2023 Active Transportation Program Benefits Report, which outlines the projected cumulative benefits for the successful 2023 ATP projects. Before I dive into the report, I wanted to make note that the book item attachment has some minor errors that occurred during the remediation and posting process that were realized after the May meeting book was published. These minor errors can be found in the page headers and do not impact the information and data throughout this report. A corrected version has been posted on the ATP website with the help of our amazing admin team. Next slide, please, Brandy. The 2023 ATP received a total of 456 applications. With the one-time augmentation, the 2023 ATP funded 241 projects across 40 California counties, allowing the program to fund over 3 times more projects. Some of the outputs from the 6th cycle of the program include 53 miles of Class 1 bike paths, 82 miles of Class 4 separated bikeways, 57 miles of multi-use trails, and 103 miles of new sidewalks throughout California. As reflected in the report, almost 100% of the projects funded are benefiting disadvantaged communities, and 133 projects are Safe Routes to School projects that will directly increase safety for public school students, parents, guardians, and faculty to walk and bike to school. With the completion of these projects, community members will have access to over 14,000 key destinations such as grocery stores, medical facilities, child care centers, job centers, parks, and libraries. Next slide, please. To determine the projected benefits for the 2023 ATP, Commission staff utilized the new Active Transportation Benefit Cost Tool and the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities Benefits Calculator tool. The Active Transportation Benefit Cost Tool was developed in collaboration with the Active Transportation Resource Center and Dr. Dylan Fitch and his team from the UC Davis Bicycling Plus Research Collaborative. This tool is the first benefit cost calculator created to measure active transportation infrastructure benefits. This is the first phase of the tool. An expansion of phase 2 will begin later this year, which will go further by capturing the accuracy, usability, and the monetization of project benefits. The Active Transportation Benefit Cost Tool projects a wide range of important benefits, including a reduction of 319 million in vehicle miles traveled, an increase of over 600,000 walk miles traveled, over 400,000 bike miles traveled, 6,000 fewer crashes, over 200 fewer fatalities, and carbon dioxide reductions of 89,000 metric tons. Based on the nearly 90,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent determined by the Active Transportation Benefit Cost Tool, greenhouse gas emission reductions are equivalent to 21,000 gasoline-powered passenger vehicles driven for 1 year, or 230 million miles driven by gasoline-powered vehicles. In addition to the active transportation benefit cost tool, Commission staff utilized the Affordable Housing Sustainable Communities Benefits Calculator tool, which was used in the 2021 ATP benefits report. By using it again for this report, we can provide a comparison to the projected benefits for the 2021 ATP project. The Affordable Housing Sustainable Communities tool was developed by the California Air Resources Board to estimate greenhouse gas and air pollutant reductions of each proposed project. Projected benefits for the Cycle 6 funded projects will reduce greenhouse gas emissions by over 44,000 metric tons and reduce fuel consumption by 3.9 million gallons. Based on the results from the Affordable Housing Sustainable Communities tool, the 2023 ATP projects 3 times the increase in overall emission reductions compared to the 2021 ATP. This further emphasizes the impacts of increased funding to furthering the state's climate goals. Commissioners, I wanted to take this time to thank Dr. Dylan Fitch and his team for their dedication and years of work to develop the active transportation benefit cost tool. I also wanted to thank our graduate student assistant, Peter Rossi, who joined the ATP team last April. Peter has spent the past year testing the active transportation benefit cost tool and inputting each Cycle 6 funded project on behalf of agencies, which takes approximately an hour for each individual project. Without Peter's help, this benefits report would be presented to you likely after I return from my maternity leave. I also wanted to give a huge thank you to Lori Waters and Beverly Newman Burkhart. With Lori traveling to different parts of the state each week, providing technical assistance, and Beverly taking on central workshops and development of the 2025 ATP guidelines, this allowed Peter and I to focus on compiling project details, inputting data into the tools, and creating this report. Commissioners, this is an information item presenting the 2023 Active Transportation Program Benefits Report. Thank you.
Alika, first, that was excellent. Second, thank you, and we're glad we're not hearing about this after you return from your maternity.
Likewise.
Third, a lot of people are visual learners, and the slides are so outstanding in telling such an important data-rich story. So thank you for the time invested in that way. Fourth and finally, before we take public comment, Lori is in the room. Thank you. Our team always calls out their teammates, and that shows the type of culture at the California Transportation Commission. I don't believe Beverly and Peter are here, but if they are, oh, good. If Lori and Peter can stand and be recognized. And Alika, under the circumstances, I won't ask you to stand and sit and stand and sit. Yeah.
Thank you.
There we are. Thank you. Thank you. With that, we do have one in-person card so far and online commenters as well. If others would like to speak to this item, please do fill out a card if you're in the room or join us online. So first from Santa Barbara CAG, Sarkis Kachek. Sarkis, welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioner. Sarkis Kachek with SBCAG. We'd like to thank Alika Changizi, Peter Rossi, and the ATP team for this tremendous report. It's really important with telling the story about the impact of the Active Transportation Program, not just locally, but with our legislators. So we're going to pull a lot of that information as we tell the story on ATP Cycle 6. And there's a lot of data in there talking about improving safety and mobility. But I think one thing that we need to highlight in the report is the safety and the 223 fewer fatalities which is a really big deal. We're going to save 223 lives with the program. So we wanted to thank the team for helping us tell the story, and we're going to share it with our legislators. So thank you for your time.
I love that you're taking that action item. Thank you, Sarkis. And we're going to go online, seeing no one else in the room at the moment. Justin.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to first call on Yvonne Garcia.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Alika, for the great report. Ditto on Sarkis's comments. Just want to add that the ATP program is so important to smaller regions like Butte County. You know, I was surprised to have learned that the ATP is the only state's only funding source dedicated for walking and bicycling infrastructure, education, and encouragement. ATP is a mode of transportation in itself, yet continues to be treated second class. ATP projects, like you heard, help demonstrate GHG reductions. I just wanted to add that we use that as part of our sustainable community strategy that is required. I repeat, required per Senate Bill 375 by the Air Resources Board. I think the report should highlight and point out how these projects are helping SES's work towards these targets. The report also highlights that 100% of the statewide and small urban and rural components benefit disadvantaged communities. I want to tie this report to the proposed budget cuts. That's who's being hit the hardest. Not only would there be no projects or benefits, but also the jobs and economic stimulus they would have brought during the construction of these projects. An ATP funding cut is sending mixed messages from the state. On one hand, the administration touts California's efforts to combat climate change, while on the other, we see proposals to cut the program by, what was it, 600 million? When the fund estimate for the ATP is about 586 million. So I hope we can all rally together to bring much needed attention on the ATP benefits report presented and lobby support for continued funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Justin?
Up next, we have Sean Teagan.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Good morning, commissioners, and thank you for hearing comments on this item. Sean Teagan, Executive Director with the Shasta Regional Transportation Agency. And I want to echo prior comments of we appreciate all of CTC staff's efforts in telling the story about the ATP and managing this program. I'll get right to it. You've heard from your staff the benefits of the active transportation projects provide to our communities. I want to reiterate that metropolitan planning organizations rely on these projects to help meet greenhouse gas reduction targets in our regional transportation plans. At the same time, we heard an update yesterday in the governor's fiscal year 24-25 May revised budget, which now proposes a total $600 million in cuts to the active transportation program. At the same time, we've heard the state remains committed to funding ATP Cycle 6 projects with no clear direction. The timing of this announcement, along with the schedule for the state legislature and governor to agree on a state budget, couldn't be worse for the CTC's ATP Cycle 7 application schedule. The legislature budget is due June 15th. The governor's approval is June 30th. Cycle 7 applications are due June 17th. The budget situation leaves unanswered questions regarding its impact to ATP Cycle 6 and 7. We know that your staff and also Caltrans budget staff are working diligently to figure out available options, some which we discussed at the Wednesday RTP working group meeting. Most ideas less than desired. At the same time, regions, cities, and counties and consultants are spending millions of dollars to prepare ATP Cycle 7 applications, now with significant funding uncertainty. This makes it challenging for us to right-size our project applications and funding requests and agree on leverage. Projects are budgeted based on known funding construction schedules. Those schedules are now in question. Projects submitted next month may be more costly. And we have an uncertainty. I'd appreciate the Commission's support of ATP projects and urge the Commission to consider extending the ATP application
And
cycle
sir,
to
your
August or
time is
September.
up. Thank you so much for calling in. Justin?
Up next, we have Mike Woodman.
CTC Commissioners, Mike Woodman, Executive Director with the Nevada County Transportation Commission.
First, we'd just like to echo our thanks to Alika Chingezi and Peter Rossi and the team for the development of the ATP benefits report. The ATP funding and the projects that it makes possible to deliver in rural disadvantaged communities are truly transformative and so important to improving mobility, accessibility, and safety. I echo the previous concerns related to the proposed cuts in the state budget and urge the regions and all of us to collectively work together with the legislature to find a budget solution that would not impact this valuable funding program. And thank you again to CTC staff for such a great job.
Thank you for calling in. Justin?
That concludes all requests to comment on this item.
Great. I believe that we have heard from everyone who'd like to address this item in the room as well as online. So we will close the public hearing on item 59, the public comment period on item 59. Again, this is an information item, but I want to hear if colleagues have questions or comments to Alika and the team. Yes, thank you. Commissioner Falcone?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, congratulations, Alika, on your soon-to-be new one coming.
Thank you.
That's wonderful. We love CTC babies.
Yes.
I don't think we've had one since I've started, so that's exciting. Have we? Well, 1, 2, there you go. Yes, absolutely.
We're in it together.
Can't wait. Expanding the family. And I want to congratulate you and Lori and Peter and Bev, who's traveling, it seems like. You guys really put a lot of passion into your work. I've watched your workshops, and you all make yourselves available to communities and provide technical support and really try to assist, especially those communities that are not as resourced as other regions, in trying to help them compete, or at least provide advice on how they can cultivate stronger applications for these funds. I spoke yesterday about multiple benefits. That those kinds of things excite people like us that make decisions on funding. And I heard from our public commenters environmental benefits, safety, transformative to communities, and, especially transformative to communities, especially in the rural communities. I know in Imperial County, for instance, they want more transit and more walkability, but it's really hot, and it's really difficult for especially aged individuals to wait in the hot sun to catch a bus. And so these kinds of projects really help those kinds of communities that are lacking resources and infrastructure. So this ATP, we've talked about it yesterday in terms of the funding, and we are awaiting passage of the budget, and at least at this point, we are anticipating some cuts, hopefully not as drastic as has been proposed. But we really have to figure out, and this is a general comment, like, how are we going to fund ATP? This is such an elemental piece of CAPTI implementation, and for regions to meet their GHG goals. And so, we really need to be really intentional as transportation people on how to meaningfully fund ATP. And as we are engaging in SB 1121 and road user charge, all those, we need to ensure that ATP is a priority as we're assessing what we will need in the state as it relates to our transportation infrastructure and our funding. So all to say, I just wanted to
leverage your presentation to say those comments and to really, uplift all the work that you and your team, have been doing to really bolster, this really, wonderful program. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Falcone. Any other comments or questions on this information item?
Just
Yeah.
a comment.
Commissioner
I
Cruz,
want to-
please.
Thank you. I want to thank your team, Alika, for putting these information together. There's so many positives that jump off these pages. And one of them I look at is just the investment, 227 projects that benefit disadvantaged communities.
Yeah.
I mean, that is one of the charges of the commission, is to look at opportunities to make investments to improve safety, to improve the environment, but also offer some counties who felt they've been left out, or areas that have been left out of this process, into it, and allow them to leverage and be able to make investments in their communities. Somebody mentioned the safety component. You know, 6,000 fewer crashes, 5,500 fewer injuries, and the reduction of 223 fatalities. Those are just incredible numbers as we look at this. So I just want to thank you again. Congratulations.
Thank you.
But thank you again for your team putting this together, and we look forward to, creating more opportunities to grow this program.
Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Thanks, Commissioner Cruz. Past Chair Norton?
Yes, I just wanted to add that, when people talk about their work with the CTC, this always comes up. The ATP is just a really star program. And one of the things that your infographics really helped outline is that a lot of cities are trying to grapple with traffic demand management programs and encourage more new development to include active transportation elements. And it seems to me like your cost-benefit analyses would be very, very helpful to share with lots and lots of cities who are really trying to understand how do we gauge the benefits of these investments. And what I really love is how you are mapping out where these projects are and encouraging that the next round and the next round and the next round starts to fill in gaps and prioritize the gap segments to make sure that we don't have any more gaps. And so I really want to uplift that, because that is a huge element for us to create networks and to understand where those networks need to be. And you heard that this was part of the goals for the Olympics and Paralympics, is like, how do we address these gaps? So I want to say that the other part of the ATP that I've always admired is that this often is one of the first programs where people really get to know the CTC. And I don't think enough is said about the capacity building and hand-holding that is done throughout the state by Lori and the team and all of you to help get cities, especially during COVID. This was so important. I just want to remind people that during COVID, that despite the fact that the CTC gave every city a lot longer to apply for the money, they spent many, many, many sleepless nights making sure that that money came out on time for those years when this was like life-affirming for cities that knew that they needed this money. They had such stressed-out staff, and they needed so much help. And I just think it says a lot about the CTC and your leadership, Tanisha, and how much it means for people to have access to this money, and the fact that a year ago, we had an additional $1 billion, and that still wasn't enough. This is such an important program, and you have so much to teach the rest of the state. And I just really wanted to uplift that this has been a huge, huge effort, and especially during those COVID years, when all of a sudden people were realizing, oh my gosh, we need to walk and bike everywhere because we shouldn't be driving, we shouldn't be taking transit. You made sure that money was on the street and making lives better immediately at much cost to your own, life. And I just want to thank you all for that.
Thank you, Commissioner
Thank you,
Norton.
Past Chair Norton. Oh, yes, Commissioner Tiffany.
Thank you, Chair Gardino. Just to piggyback a bit on one of the comments that my colleague just made, I want to highlight this ATP program and funds that are going toward it, and obviously not enough. It's not just the standalone projects, but it's the broader projects where, as we're looking for our cities and counties to be looking at their projects with CAPTI in mind, with the multimodal approach, obviously they need to have funding for these ATP projects, for biking, for walking, to offset some of the other parts of their project.
Mm-hmm.
And as we see funding being taken away, not to mention that there wasn't nearly enough when we had the full amount,
Right.
it's concerning as far as how we go forward in cities and counties and expect them to be able to bring the kind of projects forward that we all want to see. And I just think that I wanted to highlight how important that is in a bigger picture as well.
Mm-hmm.
But thank you for your report.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner.
Well, Alika, Lori, Peter, and Beverly and Absentia, I hope you're feeling the love. We deeply
We
appreciate the
absolutely
work
are.
you do
Thank you all,
and the work
Commissioners.
you do with our stakeholder community as well. And I
Thank
will
you.
just always be grateful that we refer to our active transportation program rounds as cycles. Just fits so well. And with nothing else on item 50. Of course you can. Forgive me, I didn't see your mic on.
No problem. Thank you, Alika, and yeah, solidarity,
Yes.
from one expectant mother to another. I really appreciate getting to, go through this experience, this is a side note now, but I'm just gonna say it. I've heard from colleagues who have been part of this commission for a long time. I'm newer. I'm just gonna be reaching 2 years next month. That it used to be a different space. It used to, not quite reflect California in the way that it does today. And when I asked our executive director a few months ago about how commissioners typically treat pregnancy, did I need to be looking for a replacement, she just said, we haven't had a pregnant commissioner before. That's not something that this commission has, it used to mostly be men. And I that really stuck with me. I thought, okay, well, maybe we're still doing something trailblazing, right, with our bodies and participating in this space. So I do appreciate the kindness and support that I've received from commissioners and staff, and appreciate that as I go through this embodied experience. But to ATP, echoing everything else that colleagues have said, I also really appreciated some of the comments online about, specifically, I'm really curious about how we add in the jobs and employment factor in terms of looking at benefits here,
Mm-hmm.
because I would love to see, and I think a lot of us would love to see, the room we had yesterday in support of these kinds of projects as well. I think that there's a real history of a sense of either or kind of like bikes versus cars competition in terms of, where we're investing. And I don't think that reflects the California that we want to see in the future. And I know so many of our policies are banking on behavior change. And what's different about ATP than a lot of our other programs is it's not about behavior change. If you add capacity on a highway, people who are already driving are gonna, use those new lanes. That's what the whole VMT induced demand debate is about. But with ATP, we're actually trying to convince people to try something new and different, and that's really hard. And one of the things that I've seen in being part of this field for a number of years is that it actually takes people, it takes non-infrastructure projects to support those kinds of changes. And so I do, I really want to echo what Commissioner Norton said about this being an entryway to CTC. There are so many great community-based organizations around the state who focus on active transportation, and they represent a much more diverse group of people who are thinking about the impacts on neighborhoods and communities of what our street infrastructure looks like than has been the case in the past. You know, we have a robust legacy of bicycle coalitions, but today we have multimodal active transportation advocacy organizations that focus on broader concepts like transportation equity and mobility justice. And they get involved with ATP. And so we get to have actually on our Equity Advisory Committee some of the people who are representatives from those community-based organizations, and they're telling us about how they need more opportunities in the funding and contracting process. So I actually think this area has been overlooked as one where we have a real incubator and innovation space to work with around creating new career pathways and job opportunities that are going to benefit our most disadvantaged communities. And so I would just love to think through, because I feel like everybody up here knows more about this than I do in terms of job creation and that kind of thing. How do we make the connection here so that when the governor is looking at the budget, it's not easy to look at ATP and say, we don't know the jobs. We don't have those numbers. And I think it's easier to slash things when you don't have that kind of, human face and labor face for what we're talking about. So how do we figure that out? I don't have answers. I know you probably have some good ideas, but just wanted to bring that into the space, that I think this is a place where a lot of us feel passionately about this, and how do we just connect the dots, right? And think about not a sustainable transportation future where our urban communities lack good quality transportation jobs, but rather we build that perspective into what we're looking towards. So it's not just about building bike lanes, it's about building these career opportunities. And I don't know the first thing about NAICS codes and all the ways that people talk about jobs, but I feel like we've got the expertise to figure it out.
Yeah, thank you so much, Commissioner Lugo, for that. So the Active Transportation Benefit Cost Tool does provide some qualitative benefits on economic impacts as a result of each individual project. But one thing that we can do with staff is work with UC Davis and see if there's ways that we can include quantitative information to include, if not in the next report, at least have that information available. So as you said, if things move forward with budget cuts, we have those individuals represented on behalf of these ATP projects.
I think Director Taylor wanted to comment as well, as well as former Chair Eager.
If I could add just a couple of things. First, I want to commend the team. They're amazing, as we've all said, and I just want to reiterate that. Second, in terms of jobs, every dollar spent in transportation leads to jobs. And so I want to make sure that that talking point is always on the table as we're talking about our ATP programs and all of the programs that the Commission has. The other thing that I want to highlight to your point, Commissioner Lugo, when we talk about some of our small business, women-owned business, minority-owned business, disadvantaged business enterprises, when we look at how we spend dollars within the state of California, that is one of the things that we do when we contract out. Our regional agencies do it, Caltrans does it. And so we are collectively trying to make sure that we are looking at how we ensure that we are growing all segments of the economy and all people within the economy as we're trying to identify those things. And I just wanted to highlight that as well.
Chair Eager.
Well, first of all, amazing. Thank you so much. And as Chair Gardino said, it's always a highlight of our meetings to hear where we are and where we're going. I did want to address the gentleman who called in, and I think he said, why is this the only money spent on active transportation, that we only have this one pot of money? And I think to add to what Commissioner Tiffany had said, other pots of money, our folks out here in the audience are using really innovative ways to ensure that active transportation is included in their projects using other pots of money. Because we do multimodal in everything that we do here, and making sure that we add that. It's absolutely not enough. and they're having to, pull from here and there in order to make sure these things are included, and our staff highlights those, when we do get those reports on, here's what this project is gonna do, and here's the bike lanes that are included, and here's the active transportation that's included. So, for the gentleman that called in, it's not the only money that we use for these kinds of projects, but we certainly need more.
Yes, Vice Chair Grisby.
Thank you, Chair. And just want to echo everyone's comments. Staff rocks, and thank you, Alika.
Thank you.
One of the things that happens at the local level a lot with bike lanes is a debate about whether or not it has a deleterious impact on businesses in the area. They may say that they're going to have a change in traffic flow and customers or whatever. So as you consider what the economic benefits may be, I would encourage you to go beyond direct and indirect jobs, but also talk about the overall impact to the local economy.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Commissioner. Thank you.
Any other commissioners? Yes, thank you. Commissioner Bradshaw.
I was thinking about it because I'm really supportive of maybe sitting this one out, but I guess I'm not going to. So, Alika, I'm going to second what everyone said, to your presentation, your hard work, and the whole team. Amazing work as always. Just want to add a little bit more to the job creation, and this is what is really, I think, important to be highlighted, and thank you for that, Commissioner Lugo. That all transportation construction jobs are high road jobs with built-in opportunity, particularly with intention towards those who are most left out. Viable apprenticeship opportunities that projects where an apprentice will start, that's not the end. And I hope this is appropriate, but I'll speak towards the basic crafts, if I may, unions that have a good reputation and track record of providing long-term construction careers well beyond where that first project where they got their start. And that's where you say it's not all just highway and bridges and off-ramps. It's all of it, and so that's the thing. And then I will second and echo again Director Taylor's comments about looking at the contractor base as well, again, bragging on the basic crafts unions, if I may, that also have put real work and intention into that diversity on the contractor base and being supportive, and even in a lot of cases mentoring contractors to get their start. And they're coming from a underserved community in particular. Thank you.
Commissioner Bradshaw, thank you. And I'm tickled by the comment earlier by Commissioner Lugo about people being pregnant on this commission being new. This is my 18th year, and I think this is the first time that a commissioner has been pregnant. We didn't even have pregnant pauses on the commission. Sorry, couldn't resist on that. But the bigger change in the 18 years on this commission is how active transportation program funding is viewed. And again, amazing commissioners over those 18 years, but the discussions were often about why are we funding this? And now the discussions are always about how do we find more funding for this? And what a great change for someone who bicycle commuted for about 14 years to see and hear and have reflected by our team, by our stakeholders, and by the people on this dais. So with that, Alika and team, thank you. I think we talked so long that you may be going into labor at this point. And we don't want to risk that. So if it's okay with our colleagues, we're going to move on to item 60 unless you had a closing comment.
No, thank you all so much, Commissioners.
Thank you. We're going to move on to item 60, our draft 2025 Local Transportation Climate Adaptation Program Guidelines with Rebecca Light. So excited about what we were able to accomplish last year, and even more excited as we build on that. Rebecca, welcome.
Thank you so much, Chair Guardino. Good morning, Commissioners. Staff is presenting the draft guidelines at today's meeting as an information item. to provide commissioners and the public an opportunity to provide comments and ask questions about the guidelines. The final versions of the guidelines will be presented for adoption at the June 2024 meeting. The call for projects will immediately proceed after adoption in June. The draft 2025 Local Transportation Climate Adaptation Guidelines, Program Guidelines, are included as Attachment A to the book item. The book item also includes a link to the tracked changes version of the guidelines, which shows the proposed revisions as compared to the adopted 2023 Local Transportation Climate Adaptation Program Guidelines. These draft guidelines represent the second and last cycle of this competitive program, which provides federal PROTECT funding to support eligible applicants to develop and implement projects that adapt local surface transportation infrastructure to climate change effects, improve transportation and community resilience to natural hazards or disasters, and advance environmental justice by directly benefiting climate vulnerable and under-resourced communities. The available funding for Cycle 2 encompasses the remaining $90.7 million in federal PROTECT funding apportioned to the state. Due to the full programming of the one-time state appropriation of funding that nearly doubled the available capacity in Cycle 1, the changes proposed for the draft guidelines mostly relate to clarification of programming processes. The guidelines were updated to reflect this change through the deletion of state funding requirements and addition of PROTECT matching fund reduction opportunities. One change I would also like to highlight is the removal of the maximum funding request per nomination. These changes were made in collaboration with and with the consensus of our stakeholders. The final program guidelines anticipated to be presented for adoption at the June Commission meeting will trigger the call for projects. Staff anticipates that the guidelines before you today are largely what will be brought before you in June. I'm happy to take any questions.
Wonderful. Rebecca, thank you. 90, it doesn't sound like a lot of money, but boy, was the first tranche put to great use. Do we have any speakers on this item, either in the room or on the phone?
No, we did not receive any request to comment on the item.
Great. Thank you, Justin. On the dais, questions or comments to Rebecca? Yes, Commissioner Falcone.
Yeah, just a quick, also wanted to uplift your work, Rebecca. You have small but mean, budget that you work with, and you do a lot with it. So, we were talking actually during the break about how do we sustain this funding? How can we stimulate the federal government to continue to invest in this kind of work? So I just want to thank you for all your work, and hopefully we'll hear more reports in the future because we have the funding. So thank you for all you do, Rebecca.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Falcone.
Great. With that, Rebecca, anything else that you'd like to close with?
No, I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. My only comment, when this first came out, I had actually contacted many jurisdictions who I felt had, because it was a new program, who I felt had projects that would fit in. It was hard to get people to step forward. Are you finding that again, and how can we help as commissioners?
I am finding it difficult. We've been asking stakeholders, what do you have? What do you think? I've provided office hours for the next 3 weeks. My calendar is almost fully open. It's on the commission's website, so folks can go and I'm encouraging everyone, even if you think you have a project but you don't think it'll fit, I don't care. Come talk to us, because maybe we can find a way to help fund your project in some capacity or in some portion. I'm trying really, really hard to maintain open lines of communication. I love being creative. I love finding ways to find money for folks and try to get stuff for folks built. So that's the only thing that I have been able to avail of myself. I'm open to opinions or suggestions on how I might be able to draw some folks to the forefront to maybe take that leap and say, we don't know if this will work, but maybe we'll try.
Rebecca, make sure to know that we're your network for helping to get those requests out as well. And offline, I'm going to give you an example of one, if I may. Anything else from our colleagues before we move on to our very full agenda? Great. Thank you, Rebecca. Great work. We're moving on to, are we taking our environmental matters together, 61 through 63? Terrific. Sherry, welcome.
Okay. Tab 61, 62, and 63 are action items to accept the final environmental impact reports and to approve projects for future consideration of funding. The projects are the Sacramento Valley Station Storm Drain Project in the city of Sacramento, the Lake Merritt Bay Area Rapid Transit-Oriented Development Project in Alameda County, and the K Ingleside Rapid Project in San Francisco County. The CEQA lead agencies, the City of Sacramento, City of Oakland, and City and County of San Francisco, adopted statements of overriding considerations, finding that their respective projects' benefits outweigh the impacts. Staff has reviewed these requests and recommends approval.
First, do we have anyone in the room or online who would like to speak to items 61 through 63? Seeing and hearing none on the dais. Questions, comments, or a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Bradshaw, second by Vice Chair Crisby. Any final questions? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That passes unanimously. Thank you, Cherry. We are going to move forward with item 64. We're now into allocations and supplemental funds requests. Tim Sobelman.
Thank you. Commissioners, tab 64 is an action item for a signs and lighting rehabilitation project on State Route 57 and State Route 60 in Los Angeles County, requesting an initial allocation for the plan specifications and estimate phase that exceeds the program amount by more than 20%. This phase was programmed for $1.663 million, and Caltrans is requesting $2.466 million. The additional funding is needed due to incorporation of additional safety features or safety-related scope into the design that was added due to the availability of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the IIJA funding. Commission staff has reviewed the project and the book item for tab 64, and recommends approval.
Timothy, thank you. Freeze frame there. Do we have any cards on this item in the room? Seeing none, do we have anyone online?
No, we did not receive any requests from our virtual attendees.
Okay, great. What's the will of the commission?
I'll second.
There was a motion by Commissioner Cruz, a second by Commissioner Tiffany. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That passes unanimously. Item 65.
Thank you. Yep, Commissioners, I'm going to be taking tab 65 through 68 with a recommendation at the end. Tab 65 is an action item for a roadway rehabilitation project on US 101 in Mendocino County that is requesting $900,000 in supplemental funds for the plan, specification, and estimate phase. Please note there is a yellow replacement book item as noted on the change list. The project realized cost increases due to the incorporation of climate resiliency scope added to the project utilizing IIJA funding and changes in the design strategy resulting from new information that was obtained during this phase. Tab 66 is an action item for a pavement preservation project on State Route 128 in Mendocino County that is requesting $830,000 in supplemental funds for the project approval environmental document phase. Also note the correction on the change list for this tab. The project realized cost increases due to the addition of climate resiliency added to the project utilizing IIJA funding and the decision to add complete streets elements. Tab 67 is an action item for a pavement preservation project on US 101 in Mendocino County, requesting $900,000 in supplemental funds for the project approval and environmental document phase. Please note there's a slight correction on the change list for this tab as well. The project realized cost increases due to revisions to the programmed alternative that will ultimately minimize the environmental and right-of-way impacts. And tab 68 is an action item for a drainage system restoration project on State Route 33 in Kern County that is requesting $140,000 in supplemental funds for the plan specifications and estimate phase. And again, there is a slight change as noted on the change list. The project realized cost increases due to underground utility conflicts that were identified during design, which resulted in extensive coordination with utility owners and redesign of many culverts to minimize impacts to their facilities. Extensive coordination was required with regulatory agencies to address impacts to several protected species. Commission staff has reviewed the projects and the book items for tabs 65 through 68 and recommends approval.
That's item 65, 68 through 68 with a recommendation of approval. First, do we have anyone in the room or online who would like to speak to any of these 4 items?
No, we did not receive any requests to comment on the items.
Great. We're going to go to the dais. Former Chair Eager.
And this is not a question about any project in particular, but just for my own edification. So the G12 money, I see some of these projects use G12 and then came and asked us for money. I was under the impression that they ask us for money first and then use G12 if they need some more money at the end. How does that process work? And not any in particular, just in general.
Well, I can ask Caltrans to come up and speak on their part, but from our perspective, if a project needs additional funding, they should be looking to see how much funding they need to complete the phase. Sometimes there's a little bit of last-minute things, but we do expect that if you're taking the G12 funding, that you should be able to complete the phase. Once you take supplemental, though, then the G12 funding, the delegated G12 funding, is not able to be taken. And so when you're looking and assessing the funding needs, you should be looking to see if the G12 will cover it. Sometimes there's a short gap in between, but I'm giving you kind of my perspective of the G12 resolution, and I can offer up Caltrans to speak on it as well.
Dr. Keck, please come to surgery.
Thank you for the promotion. Stephen Keck, Chief Financial Officer for Caltrans. So Tim covered it very well. Generally, we would not want to see a project come in for G12 and then a supplemental. G12 is intended to finish out a phase or to award a project. We have had a few of those, and we're working with the districts to ensure that that's not a regular practice, because that's not something we want to do. So that's really, I think, what we're talking about in these cases.
Other questions or comments? Yes, Commissioner Falcone.
Yeah, just in noticing, and I recall, at least a couple of items in the past where G12 was applied, particularly to facility type projects. Is there something that is unique to facilities that spur the use of the G12 tool?
Off the top of my head, I'm not aware of that being unique. We will be having additional conversations about facilities projects. The one thing I'd also mention about the G12 resolution and the delegation, the expectation of doing that was it made sense for what's considered some more minor increased funding to minimize the number of requests that actually come to the commission. And so that's something that, as we're working with Caltrans, we're looking to, further that expectation. And so, if you need a supplemental, you need a supplemental. We'll evaluate it and work with the department. I thought I'd share that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other clarifying questions or comments before we entertain a motion? Hearing and seeing none, is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Bradshaw makes the motion. Past Chair Eager, second. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That passes unanimously. Timothy, while you are on a roll, I want to take a break for a moment. It's almost 11:45. We are going to be taking a lunch break at noon so that folks can take care of themselves. But at this point, with all of your indulgence, I'd like to turn it over to a colleague and dear friend to all of us, past Chair Hillary Norton.
Thank you very much for giving me a little bit of time today, because today I'd like to announce that this is my last official meeting of the CTC. I plan to leave the CTC June 1st. This has been an enormously difficult decision for me because I am so grateful for all of you and for Governor Newsom's appointment of me in September of 2019 and your support for me to be the vice chair and the chair twice, especially during COVID, and my reappointment in 2023. It is a privilege to be here. Please understand how much I am grateful for the opportunity to have been a CTC commissioner and chair and immediate past chair, especially during COVID. But this is truly the center of so much interesting policy making and so many opportunities to fund fantastic projects. Every single project that comes to us, we know is part of the wisdom of all of you and community meetings and just the opportunity to meet together and create something extraordinary. And we are in one of the times that has the most change these past 5 years and the next 5 years that we've had since we went from horse and buggy to car. It is such a pleasure to work with a team and leaders like you, Tanisha, and Mitch in the back of the room, and Susan, and all of you as staff members who I am just extraordinary admiring of. This is a hard decision, and I think it's important that I say why I cannot stay, because I want to thank Secretary Omshakin and Caltrans Director Tony Tavares for also supporting us on the CTC as we have gone to the Department of Finance many, many times to say that the work that we do at CTC, many people think that we are compensated well for this, as some are, say, in CARB or other commissions. But we get $100 for every day we work on something, and we the maximum of 8 days per month, regardless of how many days we actually work on CTC business per month. So with $800 maximum before taxes and significant amounts of conflicts that we have to avoid in order to do our work and be above reproach, and not just above reproach based on what we actually do, but above reproach because now the standard is appearance of a conflict. I want you to know that as the third year of me paying for my mortgage out of my savings, I can't stay. And I am saying this out loud on behalf of who I hope will be people that continue to want to be CTC commissioners, and that maybe we can make changes in the future, because we made some conscious decisions, and I want to thank Governor Newsom for making conscious decisions to have practitioners, to diversify our CTC, to expand the opportunities for CTC members, and our Equity Advisory Committee, which I am very, very excited that happened during my tenure here on CTC. It is a privilege and a joy to be part of the opportunities that we were able to have in these near 5 years. I think it's important that with the leadership of Governor Newsom, when I started in September of 2019, there were 11 members, and I was one of them, and my colleague Tamika Butler also joined. The only remaining people from that time in September 2019 are myself, Chair Gardino, and Joe Tavallone. There have been not only the changes in our ex officios multiple times, but our board members multiple times, and it has just been an honor and a privilege. We know that this is a time of transformation. We have had difficult conversations. We've had a lot of a lot of change. And when people come to the dais and they talk to us about whether we should be only funding roads, I really want to say, have you seen what we have done in the last 5 years? Roads is just the beginning of what we're doing, and the opportunity to partner and frankly be the reason that many of this state's programs got up in the line, if you will, because of partnerships with this state and the federal government, has been really an honor. And I have watched so many of my colleagues leave the CTC and leave. We don't get a chance to say hello. We don't get a chance to part ways in which we were to express our gratitude in the way that we want to. And so I thank you very kindly for allowing me to say this on the microphone, instead of just saying goodbye and waving and then having 1 year of conflict to talk to you all. So thank you. And it is with great gratitude and a lot of sadness that I am going to have to leave, but I want to thank you because I could not imagine a better group of colleagues and a better set of leadership. I just couldn't imagine it. And so I will miss you all terribly in this role, but you will hear a lot from me as you, because I will be back at the 1 foot level working on so many of the things that we've talked about. And so I just want to say thank you to everyone. Too many to name, but your thank you notes will be on their way, because it's just beyond a privilege to be here. And I stayed as long as I possibly could because I am so grateful for what it is to be a CTC commissioner. Thank you.
This is an action item, and we're going to vote. I'd like to provide an opportunity for my colleague commissioners to speak, which is why, with the request to share this sad news before noon. I didn't want to bring it up at 11:57 and not have a chance for commissioner colleagues to reflect on some thoughts. We will honor our commitment to adjourn at noon, but I wanted to build in some time. And if I may start with past Chair Eager, and thank you for presenting those beautiful flowers as well. And we'll go to as many people as we can.
Thank you, and I'm trying not to cry here. Well, too late. Yeah, too late. I came on the commission as a COVID commissioner in June of 2020, and then Chair Norton was my mentor. Took me under her wing and said, whatever questions you have, whatever it is you need, I'm here 24 hours a day, and I think I took you up on some of those at midnight, saying, what the heck does this mean? But your brilliance in transportation is unsurpassed. Those questions that I had about where we go from here and what does that look like, I knew you would have those answers because of the information that you brought to this committee. I know it will be tough to bring somebody on to replace you, and I think there's no replacement. And not just the education that you brought to us, but the true friendship. No matter what we needed, no matter when we needed it, you were there for all of us. And I know it was so difficult during those COVID years because we didn't get to see each other and meet each other in person, but you made it personal still for all of us. And I know this isn't the end. We'll continue to have friendships going forward, and after a year, work together. But I just wanted to personally thank you for everything that you did for me, for my fellow commissioners at the time, And we will, we will pass it on. We will pass it forward, for many generations to come. So thank you so much.
You, Past Chair Eager. Other colleagues, and I believe there's some stakeholders who would like to speak. If we could just have people who are stakeholders line up if you would like to speak, so that we have a chance to efficiently hear from those who would like to do so. I look this way first, but I will play ping pong. So I'll go to Commissioner Falcone, then Commissioner Bradshaw, whose light was on, then Commissioner Cruz, and Vice Chair Grisby. Those are the four I saw.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please pardon my lack of decency, but I have 3 F words to throw at you. One is force of nature, fabulous, and a friend. You were my first friend in the commission when you reached out to me and asked me why I wanted to be on the commission, and I think you helped guide me as to why I wanted to be in the commission, because I wasn't too sure at the time. And one of the reasons was to challenge me to learn new things. And that's one of the things that I value about you, is that you always challenge the way we think, because that mind of yours is always running. It's hard to keep up with you. It's hard to keep up with you when we're walking. I can't keep up with you when we're talking. You speak so passionately about what we do here, and it really has been a beacon of how we have conducted ourselves, and you have allowed our passions to come out when you were chair. And I really, really thank you for that, because it really gave someone like me agency. I've always helped implement for people, and now, you kind of helped cultivate me as a leader. So in a way, you have mentored me, and that is hugely appreciated by me. You love transportation. This was a very, very difficult decision for you. I know it. I see that it's painful for you. And I really appreciate you illuminating the challenges that each and every one of us sitting on this dais, that what we do in our time and our talent and our treasure to serve this state and all of you. And it's not to self-aggrandize. We do it because we're very passionate about what we do. And you have really highlighted what it means and the sacrifices that we all make to sit on this commission. And that is how selfless you are in you leaving us. And I anticipate that this will not be the last that we interact with you. I know you're going nowhere. I know you're going to be very careful about how you interact with us, but you have really put in a really, I'm having a hard time finishing. You put an imprint in each and every one of us. So thank you what you've done for the commission. Thank you for what you've done to the state, for the state of California. And your appointment has been one of the smart decisions that Governor Newsom has made, and we thank him so much for doing that. And we love you.
Thank you, Commissioner Falcone. Commissioner Bradshaw?
I don't know if I get through this or not. Okay, I'll try. I wanted to start with what maybe an inside view, at least from my experience, what it's like to come onto this commission. And I was one of those maybe quasi-crazy folks that really wanted to be here, sought it out, and it was driven by a lot of conversations with membership I'm honored to represent that had concerns about their future, particularly when they're rooted in infrastructure, and it was running from pile drivers to carpenters. And I said, I'll do my best, and put my app into our governor. And then I got the spot. The volume when you walk, and Brother Tiffany may relate to some of this, the volume, and also I think Adonia and others may relate as well, the volume of information that you walk into, it without Hillary and Mitch back in the day, and then Tanisha carrying on, it would have taken me 2 years to figure out, all the acronyms, frankly. I mean, it's just like, it's overwhelming. And then to really, and you're a model of this, and you're an inspiration for this, Hillary, to really understand this and to engage and not just sit on a board and cast votes and things like that, but to really try to understand, and when you make mistakes, to own them and say, hey, I didn't understand that, learn from it, but to really be engaged. You were right there to put your arm around me. It'll always mean a lot to me. Much more important than that, in my view, is the service you've given to our state and running the gamut from smart projects, challenging projects that need to be challenged, but the economic growth and opportunity and diversity and being a strong leader and representing all, but also focusing on women empowerment. Those effects, like a pebble into the pond and that concentric circles, they'll be felt for decades and generations. And know that I will miss you, we will miss you, but I have no doubt, so much aligned, and your willingness to debate and argue too, I respect. I respect. I've been on the other side of that, and I respect it. Always learn from that. Steel sharpens steel. I believe in that. So I have no doubt that our paths will cross again. On a more focused note, I want to, on behalf of the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of workers in our state that you've taken their back, that means a lot and brings security to their families, so please take pride in that as well. So thank you for your service, sister.
Well said, Commissioner Bradshaw. Thank you. Commissioner Cruz?
A sad day. Sad day for this commission. Sad day for people of California who are losing a champion on this dais. I'm fairly new to the commission, but when I stepped into this role, I knew right away that you were the one. I felt your energy. I felt your passion, not just for transportation, but for people. And that shows in everything you do. I have a daughter who's going to graduate from college this weekend. And I look around the state and talk to a lot of smart people, and especially women, and talk to her about role models. And you're one of those role models. And you uplift women, especially in the things you do and the actions that you take every single day. And you're going to continue to do great things. And I wish you nothing but the best in whatever you do next, and know that we're always going to be here to support you. So thank you for your service.
All said. Vice Chair Grisby.
I'm trying to fight back tears. I even started talking. I was also a COVID baby. That was a crazy time for everyone. And to, echo what Commissioner Bradshaw said, when you come on a commission like this, there's a lot of incoming to figure out, and you gotta keep your wits about you and learn quickly and try to understand, and you were a guidepost. I also, bodies like this that have a history that this commission had, to have you as chair when I came in, a powerful woman with deep intellect and empathy, and a love for the people of California. It shone through. So I just want to say, you're inspirational, and I'm sad that you're leaving. I'm also upset about the circumstances that you're leaving in, because it says a lot about how we can support working class people who want to support our state and be public servants. So that's also creating some anger as well. But thank you for speaking your truth so that it's out there so that people can hear about it. I know that probably was not easy, Thank you so much for all you've done and with all that you will do.
Thank you, Vice Chair Grisby. Commissioner Tiffany?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Gardino. I'm brand new, and one of the things I've mentioned before is just blown away with how welcoming this commission has been, so collegial. It's really a family, and in just a very short amount of time, just a few months, you know, I've just been embraced by you all, but in particular by you, Commissioner Norton, and I just so much appreciate your service. I wasn't fortunate enough to serve with you for very long, but I can tell the impact you've had on this commission as well as the state of California. And I'm also amazed, this for all of you, is the compassion and the intellect that all of you show when we discuss items, and certainly Hillary, you stand right up there with the best of them when I hear your comments. So anyway, I'm very upset that I'm not going to be able to serve with you any longer, but I look forward to, after a year's time, to see you again. And thank you for your service. And I hope that your comments maybe will shed some light, because we need good people to serve on this commission. We have great people, but it's terrible that someone can't serve for the reasons you point out. But anyway, thank you again.
Thank you, Commissioner Tiffany. Commissioner Lugo?
Well, thank you, Commissioner Norton, for giving us this opportunity to recognize you. I've been around long enough to see some commissioners just disappear into the night, and so I really do appreciate that we get to have this recognition moment. And I'm like, dang it, now the clock is ticking. There are things that I wanted to get together with you to ask, and you have tried. You've tried. I'm as slippery as a fish when it comes to scheduling. Like, commission staff know it, and like so many people who are overcommitted and have an elastic sense of time. It's like getting that thing on the calendar is so challenging, but I am going to follow up with you right after the meeting to see if I can get on your calendar. And I just, want to add, in addition to what everybody has said, I so appreciate your transparency in sharing with us some of the background. We just had to renew our ethics training. And in going through that training, I'm always thinking about, as someone who does work in the transportation field, how do all my colleagues balance this? How do we find, the right path forward? And of course, as a, entrepreneur, I wonder that about you too. And now I learn, well, it's really hard. And I so value your expertise in the transportation space. And a couple of the things that I've witnessed that, I think you've really played a shaping role in creating this space, that I got to step into and see the rules of engagement and how do we behave. And one of those things is your constant respect and recognition for staff. I've really heard you emphasize how important it is that we work in a collaborative way with our staff and recognize what they're doing behind the scenes. And I appreciate that modeling that you've done. And another piece is, as others have said, you're a straight shooter, but you're also looking for that middle way. I haven't seen anybody else model as effectively what Chair Guardino keeps hammering over us, right? With the disagree differently, is that the catchphrase? Disagree better. 3 meetings in with the videos and I still haven't memorized it. But Commissioner Norton does that consistently, and it really has helped to create a model for newer people like me to follow, and I really appreciate that. So thank you very much.
So well said. Director Taylor?
Thank you, Chair Gardino. I'll say Hillary, friend. First, on behalf of our team, you have been an unwavering champion for us. We joked when Hurricane Hillary came through. We got the email that Hurricane Hillary was coming, and we thought of you. In a good way, of course. Yes, yes. But it's so important as a team to have a champion like you who is standing beside us, standing with us as we are having those tough conversations to advocate for the things that we hold very near and dear to our heart. Your legacy within this agency will last forever. I'm not crying because it's not goodbye. I will see you later. I know that, whether it is at Disneyland or is at work, I will see you later. Our team is very affectionate of you and the support that you've had on 671 and many of the other efforts that you have really been a champion for us. And for that, I'm thankful. But I'm also thankful for the support you've given to me as a woman. I remember the first thing you said to me was, Tanisha, what do you want to do here? What do you want to achieve at the commission? And you have been supportive in every step of the way, and I thank you for that, and I'm grateful for that.
I'm going to, thank you, Director Taylor. I'm going to put one of our former colleagues to our team and to our staff on the spot to be, so that I'm honoring everyone's chance to have lunch, to be the representative of all the stakeholders of California in 2 minutes or less. But if our friend and former colleague Mitch Weiss could approach, we're going to hear from Mitch. I'll make some final comments. Then we're going to go to lunch where you can then express your appreciation to past Chair Norton. Mitch, good to see you.
Thank you. Hillary, I just wanted to take a moment to really thank you, not just for your service, but for the opportunity to work for you professionally and personally. And it's meant a lot to me. What everybody who's here in the back doesn't always see is how hard you work on this stuff and how much you care about this stuff. And I think that's, if everybody did that, we would be a much better place. So I just want to recognize that and thank you for that. I want to piggyback on what Commissioner Lugo had said about the changing dynamics and demographics of the commission, and you were really at the vanguard of that. And I think you having to leave for this reason really points to something that is a little bit of a disconnect between the words saying we want that and the actions we need to achieve that. Yesterday, you all made maybe 2/3 of minimum wage just for your time you were sitting here. It doesn't count what it took you to study all that material, to get, briefed, to ask the questions, all the other work you did behind the scenes. And if we really do want to attract and maintain a diverse set of commissioners, then I think the administration and the legislature needs to really look about how you are compensated. Because we don't want to lose really outstanding public servants who work so hard for the people of California for this reason. So I, again, thank you personally and professionally. It meant a lot to me working with you, and as Commissioner Lugo said, your supportive staff. Thank you very much.
Mitch, thank you. It's always so good to see you. My goodness. Past Chair Norton, I will make this brief. Your attention to detail, a professional always driven by facts, to bring you to a conclusion rather than having a conclusion and then trying to find facts to support it, is unparalleled. Your ability to focus on what's important is something that I have learned from you each day on this dais. And as you are such a wonderful person of deep faith as well to guide and direct your values, your life, and how you treat others, is something I will always cherish about you. We have been made a better commission and California a better state because of your service and leadership and partnership. I think I can say, without losing my professionalism, that we love you deeply and care for you deeply. Will you all join me in once again thanking Hillary Norton for her service? We're going to break for lunch. I still want to give you a full hour since there aren't many places nearby. So we'll reconvene at 1:15, but please take a moment in person to thank Hillary. We are adjourned for an hour. Welcome. Thank you. Isn't that fun? We have no idea why it's doing that, but we're just going to roll with it, and we're going to start on time because we know you appreciate that as well. Totally understand if you have conversations that you need to continue. We would just ask that for the duration of those other conversations, just step out into the hall and then come back in and join us. But we do want to keep everyone on time. We have a quorum. Thank you, colleagues, for that. We delighted to have Casey come forward for item 69. And we are still on supplemental fund allocations, but we are going to take one item out of order, if that's okay, because we have some stakeholder partners that truly do need to leave after a presentation. By the way, just to be transparent, we're pretty sparing about that, or every single item people would come up and say, can you take it first? So we really do validate those, and this certainly meets that test. But that is item 86 that we're going to be hearing now. Casey, is that okay with you, that we make you wait for a moment?
Absolutely.
Great.
I had to think about it.
Wonderful. Great. So item 86, please, LaShara.
Commissioners, tab 86 is an action item to amend the scope of the LA Metro G-Line Bus Rapid Transit Improvement Project in Los Angeles County. This is a Cycle 1 local partnership competitive program project, and at $75 million is the largest local partnership program award to date. This project is being delivered using the progressive design build method and has already had 2 scope changes approved by the Commission due to stakeholder input and cost escalation. This third scope amendment does result in a reduction of project outputs and benefits. Therefore, Commission staff has worked with Metro staff to determine a commensurate reduction of competitive program funds being contributed to the project. This will result in a total program reduction of $11,123,000. I would like to note that Metro has increased its local fund contribution to cover the overall project cost overruns and will likewise replace the competitive program funds removed from the project if this item is approved today. With that being said, a yes vote on tab 86 will approve a third scope change amendment for the G-Line Bus Rapid Transit Improvement Project in Los Angeles County and will reduce the local partnership competitive program contribution from $75 million to $63,877,000. It is never an easy decision to remove program funds from an ongoing and important project like this one. I would like to take a moment to commend Metro staff and management for their grace and understanding in working through this process with Commission staff. Staff recommends approval of tab 86 with the additional recommendation to reduce the local partnership competitive program contribution from $75 million to $63,877,000. I would also like to note that LA Metro Project, the team members, are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Wonderful. And would they like to come forward first or wait to see if we have questions? Are they back in the room?
They are.
Oh, wonderful. This room is so long and narrow. Again, it's like being in 3 zip codes. I love this. Okay. Be ready to get your steps in if you want to set your watch in case there are questions. Let's go first with if there are cards in the room that would like to speak to item 86. Okay. And are there people online who would like to virtually participate on tab 86?
Not seeing any public comment at the moment.
Okay, no public comment in the room or online. Let's go to our commission colleagues, and it looks like our executive director is warming up her vocal cords.
I just want to say something real quickly. I just want to commend our team and Metro's team. I challenged them to try to get this done by today, 2 days ago, and they've worked diligently, and I just want to commend you all for working so well together and getting this to the finish line.
That's impressive. Vice Chair Grisby.
All right, this is a question for Metro, so I guess I can pause for you all to come up.
And as you come up, if you wouldn't mind identifying yourself for the record.
I'm a fast walker, so. I'm Annalisa Murphy. I'm the project manager for the G-Line Improvements Project.
Excellent. Thank you so much. There's a lot of exciting projects in LA right now that could be transformative, you know, the Purple Line extension, the Sepulveda project. And my question is really about how changes in scope for the G-Line might impact the interoperability and connection with the Sepulveda project. Is there any impact at all?
So, yeah, that's a good question. And we are using the progressive design build delivery method, which really benefits us in this scenario. We have within our contract interface requirements, including interface with other projects that touch the alignment, like Sepulveda Transit Corridor and like East San Fernando Valley Light Rail. And we are collaborating with them throughout design. You know, every stage of design, they review our design. We get their comments. Sepulveda Transit Corridor it's in the planning phases. There are a number of alternatives. We've confirmed that our scope refinements, we will be able to, you know, confirm connectivity and enhanced connectivity to that project, regardless of the alternative that is chosen.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Past Chair Norton.
Thank you. I again want to echo my colleagues' gratitude for the work of the CTC and Metro staff on this. I wanted to ask about the bike lanes because there was some questions about impacts to bike lanes, and I want to find out, because the G-Line is right now before the Sepulveda Pass and the East Valley line get finished, this is the trunk line for the entire valley of 2 million people. So can you talk a little bit about what the scope changes will do and how you're preserving and anticipating continuing the safety and the positive impacts for the bike lanes and connectivity for all modes?
Yes, of course. So our project is improving existing infrastructure. So not only just existing busway, but also the existing bike path. So there is about 14-mile end-to-end bike path along the alignment that is a dedicated right-of-way. And we are, along the entire dedicated bike path, installing lighting, making pavement improvements where there are potholes or other safety hazards. We are striping, adding wayfinding to help people guide themselves through the bike path. And the scope change, we are removing some improvements within the Sepulveda Basin, which is actually outside of Metro's jurisdiction. And it really is a jurisdictional issue, not necessarily a cost issue. We do not have a maintenance agreement in that corridor. However, I want to stress that there is an existing bike path that kind of connects the Metro bike path through the basin to the Metro bike path on the other end. That connection does not get impacted whatsoever. We just aren't adding signage and striping in that section of the bike path. So.
But the other jurisdiction
yes.
that has authority over that section, they have the ability to connect and do the signage and everything else, correct?
That is correct. It is in Army Corps of Engineers right-of-way. It is maintained by the Parks and Rec, City of LA Parks and Rec. And they do have a Sepulveda Basin redevelopment project. They have actually a number of projects undergoing, in different stages. It is a location for the future Olympic venue site. So there's a lot of work happening in that area. And yes, they have the capability of adding in signage and striping or whatever it might be for that segment of the bike path.
Great, thank you.
Great. Other commission colleagues have questions for Ms. Murphy or comments? Okay, thank you. Don't go too far away, though.
Sure.
Great. Just in case something else comes up. So on item 86, this is an action item. Anything else from our staff?
No, nothing else.
Okay, then we'd be looking for a motion and a second.
I'd like to move approval.
Second.
Great. The motion by past Chair Norton, the second by Vice Chair Grisby. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? This passes. Thank you for working with our team with just that 48-hour notice.
Oh, thank you so much.
You bet. Good. Before we broke, Chief Deputy Director Kiefer, I failed to provide an opportunity to make comments about the news from Hillary Norton. Would you like to take a moment?
I'll take a moment. So I did speak to Hillary privately, but I'll share. So, just two quick, brief comments. One, tell me if this has ever happened to you. So Hillary pulls you aside and says, "I have an idea," right? Right? and so, or you get those emails and hey, I've been thinking about something and I want to run it by. So when she talked about that, her role on this, I think everybody talked about, how hard she works, but behind the scenes, her mind is spinning constantly, and it is hard to keep up with all of that. But the thing I think I'm going to remember the most in working with Hillary, and we'll continue to be in contact, but sometimes we have a lot to talk about, and sometimes you, at the end of the day, you feel like you've had kind of a pretty rough day. Anyhow, Hillary more than once would come over and ask, "Mike, how you doing?" Right? And that's just very kind after all of this and all the things that she has weighing on her. Anyhow, Hillary, I appreciate that as a person, and I wish you very well.
Thank you, Mr. Kiefer. I appreciate you sharing. And on a lighter note, we had these wonderful box lunches that commissioners ordered in advance. But has this ever happened to someone else? Oatmeal cookies that look like chocolate chip cookies are the main reasons I have trust issues. So if anyone else would like this poor excuse for a cookie, I will pass that along. Okay. Save me from myself, Director Taylor. Where are we going next?
You're going back to tab 69 and Casey.
Excellent. Casey, thank you. Okay, so tab 69, please.
Great. Commissioners, tab 69 is a supplemental request for an additional $15 million for the locally administered coordinated border infrastructure project in San Diego County. The implementing agency is changing the project's delivery method from design build to construction manager general contractor, also known as CMGC, to keep the project on schedule. The CMGC delivery method requires the design phase to be fully funded, whereas the design build phase requires only 30% of the design phase to be funded. So this supplemental request is to fully fund the design phase, and staff has reviewed this request and recommends your approval.
Thank you, Douglas and Tanisha. Are there any cards submitted on item 69 or people online?
No public comment.
Okay, great. Hearing none, the will of the commission?
I'd like to make a motion to support staff recommendation as it relates to tab 69. Thank you.
You know what? Former Chair Eager had her light on, so we are going with her second. Yeah. So that motion by Falcone, seconded by Eager. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? And that passes. Thank you, Casey. By the way, no one wanted this lonely cookie on the entire dais, so exactly. So we're going to pass this out to the audience as we move on to tab 70 through 76, which will be voted on together. Timothy Silverman.
Thank you. Commissioners, I will take 70 through 76 with a recommendation at the end. Tab 70 is an action item for a roadway rehabilitation project on Interstate 405 in LA County, requesting $27,604,000 in supplemental funds for construction capital to re-advertise the contract. Please note there is a yellow replacement book item as noted on the change list. After reviewing the bid submittals, the department discovered quantity discrepancies between the project plans and the submitted bids, and as a result, the department elected to re-advertise the project to better align the bids with the actual cost. And there we go. Tab 71 is an action item for a safety improvement project on State Route 41 in Fresno County, requesting $3,361,000 of supplemental funds for construction capital to award the contract. 5 bids were received on this project. 72 is an action item for a stormwater mitigation project on Interstates 5 and 710 in Los Angeles County, requesting $969,000 of supplemental funds for construction capital to award the contract. This contract received 6 bids. Tab 73 is an action item for a safety improvements project on State Route 79 in Riverside County, requesting $10,939,000 of supplemental funds for construction capital to award the contract. This contract received 5 bids. Tab 74 is an action item for a safety roadside rest area rehabilitation project on Interstate 40 in San Bernardino County, requesting $11,303,000 of supplemental funds for construction capital to award the contract. This contract received 2 bids. Tab 75 is an action item for transportation permit requirements for bridges project on Interstate 5 in Sacramento County, requesting $1,287,000 of supplemental funds for construction capital and $266,000 in construction support to complete construction. The project realized cost increases due to several contract change orders that impacted the capital budget, and as a result, additional support resources are required to complete the contract. Tab 76 is an action item for a bridge rehabilitation and replacement project on Interstate 110 in LA County, requesting $600,000 of supplemental funds for construction capital to complete construction. This project realized cost increases due to the constraints of performing the planned work in short construction windows, and additional work was also required, which was not anticipated as part of the original contract. Commission staff has reviewed the projects and the book items for tabs 70 through 76 and recommends approval.
We're going to go first in the room and online to see if we have comments on tab 70 through 76.
No public comment.
Great, thank you. And as we come to the dais, I would look towards former Chair Eager if she would like to make a motion on this.
I would like to make a motion to accept. Oh, did you want to?
I have a question, just a question.
Yeah, why don't we go ahead and see if there's a motion in a second, follow Robert's Rules of Order, and then we can go from there.
Here it works. I want to make a comment.
Sure.
My light wasn't working.
No problem. Is there a second, though? Boy, you were fast. Great. Okay, there's and you can speak to your motion as well, but let's go to the comment from Commissioner Cruz first.
Just a question, Chair Guardino, for maybe Tim, on tab 74, and this sort of dovetails on a question asked earlier by Commissioner Falcone as it relates to facilities. In tab 74, I see a 30% increase that amounts to $11 additional million. Is there any commonalities that are driving up these costs for facilities that you've looked at or have you identified?
Thank you for that question, and we can ask Caltrans if they're interested, but one of the things we have noticed is a number of facilities projects that are coming in for supplementals. I think it was brought up even at the last commission meeting, and we talked about having a project delivery workshop to focus on those. And we recently discussed having that project delivery workshop in August, and so I think we could bring this project as one of the examples that we'll talk about in August, if that works for you.
Commissioner Cruz, thank you. Commissioner Tiffany, you had a comment or question?
Yeah, a comment, or a question, I guess. Thank you, Chair Guardino. Again, I'm kind of new to this, so it's amazing, million here, a million there, it starts adding up. In particular, I was looking at item number 70, which involved $27 million and change in supplemental. And I guess what my question has to do with, now, this, unlike some of the others, involved really a huge quantity discrepancy in terms of the initial project plans versus the actual cost. And while I realize that mistakes can be made, I'm wondering what processes are in place. And this may be more for Caltrans to answer, but to catch errors like this before it gets this far down the line. And then I guess a follow-up to that is, when something like this comes along, is there something learned so that we don't run into this in the future?
Great. Commissioner Tiffany, great questions, and we're going to certainly hear from Timothy Sobelman, but we appreciate the proactive sprint to the podium of District 7 Director Gloria Roberts as well. Who would like to go first?
I would be happy to turn it over to Director Roberts. If she's so ready, I think that would be an appropriate way.
And she held up a sign saying, "I'd be happy to turn it over to Tim Sobelman." Gloria, good to see you.
Thank you very much, Gloria Roberts, District 7, and appreciate this post-lunch workout. Thank you for the question, Commissioner Tiffany. Really, it was sort of just a blunder, an oversight blunder, where we had numbers in the plans that didn't transfer over to the bid items. So it was 4,400 linear feet of concrete barrier, but our bid item said 22. And so that was a huge discrepancy that our review process, our quality review process actually has a line where we're supposed to compare the two. And so this was just really an unintentional oversight. So having experienced this, you can bet that we are going to be looking at this, because this is really an embarrassing error, right, to overlook something like this. But in fairness to the contractors and to try to get a better price, because we had 22 plan holders and only 2 bids. And so we took this opportunity to really pull back and just make sure and review that we had a good package, because there were some addendums, and we looked and we wanted to just update the price items to reflect current price conditions, and decided to re-advertise and give contractors an opportunity to bid again, and hopefully have more competitive bids that were closer to our estimates. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure you realize that sometimes we are paying attention, so.
Absolutely. Never a doubt about that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Are there other comments or questions? Yes, Commissioner.
A little bit slow because you threatened me with a cookie. I want that on the record. I just had sorry, thanks, Douglas. It's still the cookie trauma, I guarantee you. Just wanted to look at, so often the projects, maybe you could expand a little bit, thank you. Is it sometimes the geography, right, and temperatures? Was there spikes in material costs and things like that in this one? You know, sometimes if a project, which appears to me, mapping it real quick, pretty far away from material providers and things like that. So I'm just wondering if you could zero in on some of that, if those are drivers as well.
It was just a matter of inflation, material costs. So really what we found, the discrepancies were basically due to multiple line items of material costs that drove the price increase. In terms of the distance, or I'm not sure about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Before we let Gloria pretend like she can sit down, are there other questions or comments to Director Roberts? Okay, hearing none. We have a motion and a second on the table. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That passes unanimously. Director Roberts, thank you. Timothy, thank you. We are moving on to items 77 and 78, which can also be taken together. Casey.
Commissioners, I'll be tab 77, 78 together with a recommendation at the end. Tab 77 is a supplemental request for an additional $7,500,000 for the state-administered Tagus 6-lane widening and safety project in Tulare County. The project experienced a variety of delays, including a 10.5-month delay due to negotiations and permitting, and differing site conditions that required modified draining plans, additional base rock, and asphalt. The supplemental request is needed to complete construction. Tab 78 is a supplemental request for an additional $38,300,000 for the state-administered US 395 Olancha and Cartago Expressway project in Inyo County. The department is requesting an additional $33,200,000 for the construction capital phase, and I'm sorry, I added a word in there when I shouldn't have. $33,200,000 for the construction capital and $5,100,000 for construction support to address cost increases due to archaeological finds. The project also suffered major storm damage after several extreme weather events. The additional funds are needed to complete construction. Ryan Dormady, Caltrans District 9 Director, is here today to present an update on the project.
Casey, thank you. Mr. Dormady, welcome.
You know, I see a cookie up here, has my name on it.
It does.
Commissioners, happy to be here. Ryan Dermody, Caltrans District 9 Director. Thanks for having me. Yeah, I have a short presentation on our Olancha Cartago Expressway project. You may remember I was before you last June, 11 months ago, to ask for support cost increase to do some more engagement with our tribes, which I'm proud to say we have done. And just want to run through this presentation and then answer any potential questions that you may have. So next slide, please. So the project background, this project is the last project in Inyo County. It completes the corridor, converting two-lane conventional highway to four-lane expressway. Something to note, and was brought up at the Rural Counties Task Force update yesterday, the fatal and injury collision rate for this two-lane section of highway is double the statewide average for a similar facility, and that is due to lane departures, head-on collisions mainly. When we have converted US 395 from a two-lane facility to a four-lane facility, we've seen a 70% reduction in overall collisions and a near 0% fatality and injury rate when four-lane sections on this corridor are completed. Huge improvement in collisions. This is an important facility. It provides vital accessibility for our surrounding communities, our visitors traveling to Death Valley, Yosemite National Park, Mammoth Mountain, Mount Whitney, Bodie State Historic Park, Mono Lake, a whole bunch of national, even worldwide treasures that people come to visit. This is a priority interregional highway connecting Southern California to Northern Nevada, and important for a lot of our rural communities. As we know, there's no parallel facilities. So if we lose a section of the highway, it could be closed for several hours, and we lose our access to goods, services, and things. And especially in our area, a lot of our goods and services come from Southern California. Next slide, please. So the scope of work is to upgrade 12.6 miles of US 395 in Inyo County to four-lane. Like I mentioned, access-controlled expressway. You have a map there. It shows where the route's going. It separates opposing traffic, controls the access points, and provides adequate shoulder widths, which we currently do not have. So, jumping into recent updates. Next slide, please. Mentioned June. So we did halt construction on originally a 2-mile segment, but we expanded that to a 3-mile segment to work things out and figure out where we go from there. Director Tavares and, at the time, FHWA California Administrator Vince Mamano came over to Bishop. We had a very good consultational meeting with our tribal representatives in Bishop. And then from that meeting, we went forward and started daily and weekly engagement with our 6 tribes involved on this project. And we were able to resume work in October as an outcome of that working together and engagement. I do want to touch on what that engagement means, because I think it's important for we all know what does that mean when you said you did the engagement. We engaged the tribes to listen and understand. We had weekly meetings, sometimes daily meetings, hourly meetings. I mean, we were back and forth working together. The redesign was an iterative process, so we would present options, ask for input. You know, what do you think? What can we change? Where's the revisions needed? And then we'd represent. We wouldn't proceed until we could all come to an agreement and figure out what would work. And I found that to be very, very helpful, and our team did a great job on that. We provided binders of the layouts and cross-sections every 10 feet to our tribal partners. Usually cross-sections in construction you do every 50 feet, but in this case we went down to 10 feet to really show what's happening at certain locations. We could stand in the field And the tribes, put those binders in their tribal offices to share with their members. And we also use that for the tribes to hold us accountable, to say this is what we're going to do as we go forward in construction. We proceeded with work with the shared understanding of what was expected, weekly meetings, daily interaction with engineers, inspectors, tribal monitors, tribal security, a whole lot going out there. It's going on right now. It's still happening as I speak. But I also want to recognize that stuff happens. This is construction, and things do happen in the field when you have the best laid plans, but things don't always go. And so the communication plan, working together, we got to stop here, we got to figure this out, how do we move forward? That's continuing to this day, and it's been working quite well. Then I'd say we continue to work with our tribes and make changes to avoid or minimize and mitigate those impacts. And I'm not doing this alone, by the way. We have a great team at Caltrans. Brian Winsenreed, he's my Deputy District Director for Design and Construction. And I can't say enough about Brian and what he's done with his team. Brian Westling is here. Brian Westling has been meeting, he's a design engineer with his team that's been meeting weekly and daily and coming up with these plans. And so big thanks to Brian. And then there's another Brian, so the theme is Brian's. Brian Young, who's one of our construction inspectors who's out in the field hourly working through those designs and making things get delivered. So kudos to the Bryans. Also, a lot of other people at Caltrans. I just want to highlight the Bryans because, you know, my name's Ryan, unfortunately. I'm not a Bryan, but anyway. So thanks to the Bryans. And then I also want to thank the team at CTC. They've been wonderful through this. Tanisha, you have a great team. We talked about that yesterday. Bridget Driller's been on a lot of our engagement meetings, so kudos to Bridget for being there and helping us through. And I also really want to thank Tribal Historic Preservation Officer Kathy Bancroft. Kathy is a wealth of knowledge. It's great to talk to. I've learned so much. Kathy's team has a can-do attitude, figuring out how do we get through this, how can we make this happen. And Sean Scruggs from the Fort Independence tribe actually did a really great presentation to our leadership team in Bishop at the Caltrans team to talk about his tribe and going from creation to present and everything in between. And it was just very moving, very impactful. A lot of our engineers and our planners and everybody got to hear that talk, and it really put a lot of things into perspective for us, and it really changed our mindset going forward on how we do projects and engagement and working through that. So I just, you know, want to put that out there. A very big thanks to them for doing that. Okay, next slide. So, cost impacts. That's why I'm here to ask for some money, please. We had some record-breaking storms in 22 and 23. Hurricane Hillary, we heard about Hillary already. We had some drainage features in, but they weren't complete yet. And so when you don't have paving in, you don't have your riprap, you don't have your concrete walls and things. And a big storm like Hurricane Hillary comes through, you can see with the picture what happens. We lose all that material. So we have to start over, which is unfortunate, but it happened. Also mentioned again the additional archaeological finds, which resulted in those shutdowns. We've had increased tribal security and monitoring, and you know, part of that project redesign. It does cost some money to do that, but it's the right thing to do, and we want to do that. We also had some added costs for earthwork, aggregate base, hot mix asphalt, drainage systems, and time-related impacts. Next slide, please. So there's some more pipes that don't belong there. Next slide, please. And yeah, there's more drainage, lots of water coming down from the mountains. Next slide, please. So this just gives you a perspective of, through that redesign, what we ended up doing with the engagement and the conversations. The original roadway location was well below existing grade. Request from the tribes was, please fill where you can. That way we're not disturbing any more resources that we don't know about. And so Brian Westling here worked very hard because, you know, it's not easy just to say, oh, I'm just going to go up and over this. With engineering vertical curves, horizontal curves, there's all kinds of things that go into that redesign. And so as a result of doing that, we had a 19-point lane miles of roadway that had to be lifted, added 255,000 cubic yards of fill, and in some areas raised the profile up to 12 feet. Next slide, please. And that just gives you an example where those bushes down there is where original grade would have been, and we've lifted it, the highway up that high. Next slide, please. Originally, we were hoping to be done earlier this year, but, you know, storms and other things. We're looking at projecting to be done in November of 2025. Next slide, please. And so we are requesting today $33.2 million for construction capital and 5.1 in construction support. There's a picture on the right with some paving that was done last year. We are paving this week. We have 5 months of paving ahead of us. Next slide, please. Another shot of some paving, and paving is continuing. Next slide, please. And we kind of saw this one already, but next slide, please. There it is again. Lots of paving in the desert. Next slide, please. And so there we are, and happy to take questions or comments or public comment, whatever you would like to do, or eat a cookie.
If you can multitask, feel free to get started on the cookie, Ryan. But let's find out first of all if there's anything else from staff before we find out if there's public comment.
The only additional thing from staff is to recommend approvals of tabs 77 and 78.
Great.
Thank
you. No, thank you. We have one card in the room, and then we'll check about virtual participation. If Wendy Sugamura with the Mono County Local Transportation Commission could come forward. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I feel a little left out because my name's not Brian. But thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'd also really like to thank Director Dermody and the Caltrans District 9 staff for their hard work on this project. It's been a lot of adjustments and twists and turns. So Mono County is a rural county located to the north of Inyo County, where this project is located. We have a very small population of just under 13,000 people. However, we host 1.7 million annual visitors to Mono County to experience our ski resort there and the vast and amazing natural landscape that we have to offer and our incredible recreation opportunities. So I really just want to emphasize that this project is a safety project, which Director Dermody spoke to. It's also a project of statewide importance because this corridor provides the access to that 1.7 million visitors, and those are 2018 numbers. We saw a 14% increase from 2008 to 2018. It's a little bit dated now, and those numbers are probably higher than that even, but provides the corridor for the entire southern half of the state to come and visit this area. And so it is a project of statewide importance and serves for safety for a large number of people. And so it's also a major trucking and commerce route, which results in being backed up a little bit sometimes behind a semi-truck and wanting to pass in order to get that car full of screaming kids, which was referenced yesterday, to your destination, whether that be the ski area or a campground, to get out of the car and enjoy our natural spaces. So with that, I would just like to please request that the Commission approve this funding, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for being good stewards of our time with 2 seconds left on the clock. Very well done. Do we have, I don't see any other cards. Do we have virtual participation? Yes.
Yes, we have one hand raised. Kathy Banroft.
Ms. Banroft, you are free to speak, and we'll start the clock when you start speaking.
Thank you very much. My name is Kathy Jefferson Bancroft, and I'm the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for the Lone Pine Paiute Shoshone Tribe, which is just north of the project area. First of all, I want to really thank the Commission for the role that you played in making tribal voices heard, because that was the problem, was nobody was listening to what we were saying. And you not only made people listen to us, but turned a project that was kind of a mess into a really more ethical project. And we really appreciate you coming in and helping us with that. The second thing is that, that just exactly what Wendy said. This area is a safety hazard, and we drive on it with these crazy people from LA. So no offense, but it was much needed, and it's just a shame that the tribe has been speaking up for 30 years about their concerns about putting a highway through this area. It came up in tribal consultation in 2014, And when construction started, we were very adamant in saying, this is more than you think, and archaeology and other means of determining what is needed do not match up to the tribal knowledge, the tribal experience. And I want to add that lately it's been proven it's not just tribal, but local people. So many people spoke up about this project and how it could be done better, and have warned about flooding in these ditches where they've washed out culverts 4 or 5 times now. And none of us were listening to. And so it's really nice to come out and have the engineers. The Bryans have all been great. Brian Wesley, I hear you there. He's done amazing things and done what they told us before was impossible. Sorry.
No, Ms. Bancroft, thank you so much. And by the way, when she referred to LA drivers as crazy, she meant crazy wonderful. Right? Sure, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. No, thank you though for weighing in and the positive experience you've had over the last year. And Ryan and Brian's Squared, thank you as well. We're going to bring it to the dais then, as there's no more public comment, for comments, questions, and if I may be presumptuous, hopefully a motion. Yes, Vice Chair Grisby.
This is for you, Ryan, and I've heard it through the grapevine that you had really good outreach, early outreach, and just want to commend you on your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Grisby. Commissioner Lugo.
Thank you. Similarly, just want to thank you, Director Dermody, for modeling graciousness through this, the project and the changes. And, you know, I feel like it was really meaningful, too, that we got to hear from Kathy just now in terms of what her experience and her fellow tribal members and partners have experienced in the last year. So thank you very much for your leadership.
Thank you, Commissioner Lugo.
I do.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say a special thank you to Commissioner Lugo for bringing this to our attention at the very beginning. Right. And then your response, Brian, to all of the issues that came up. This was that perfect storm of solutions. You know, Commissioner Lugo said, hey, have we looked at this? Is this really going correctly? And your staff stepped up and said, we can do it better, and we will do it better. So we want to thank you for really stepping up and doing this the right way and showing others the right way to do it. And with that, I will make a motion. We were going to have Diana Gomez come up because we haven't had her in a long time, but we'll let it pass. We're good.
But you have made a motion.
I did.
Great. And is there a second? Under comment before the vote as well, I also want to thank Commissioner Lugo and Ryan and his team, and to Ms. Bancroft as well. We have 110 federally recognized tribes in our state, and often not highly financially resourced communities or families. And when we have opportunities to build strong bridges that are truly deserved as we work with our tribal nations, let's continue to model that and do that. So thank you for showing how this can be done so successfully in building partnerships as you have with those 6 tribal communities for this improvement. With that, if there are no other comments, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Well done. Thank you. Oh, and by the way, while I unloaded that oatmeal cookie, I want to say that Mitch Weiss with Santa Cruz County brought me a chocolate chip cookie. So I'd just like to right now make a motion to approve all Santa Cruz County projects for the balance of the year. Okay.
Excuse me, Chair, I did not hear who made that second on the last motion.
Bradshaw.
Thank you.
Oh, I thought you meant on the chocolate chip cookie motion.
That motion was denied.
goodness, that really shows your review isn't coming up soon.
Brother Chairman, out of order.
I just had my review, and good luck without me.
Oh, I'm gonna have a long walk back to the airport today, too. Oh, wonderful. Okay, we're gonna move.
Douglas, he loves oatmeal cookies. Keep that in mind, moving forward on the per
As quickly as
diem.
possible, I'm moving to tab 79. Timothy Silverman, please, save me from myself. Thank you, Casey.
Thank you. Tab 79 is an action item for a roadway rehabilitation project on Interstate 5 in Kern County, requesting $850,000 in supplemental funds for construction capital and $150,000 in construction support to close out construction. Project realized cost increases due to claims submitted by the contractor after contract acceptance, and additional support resources are needed to close out the contract. Commission staff has reviewed the project in the book item for tab 79 and recommends approval.
We have a recommendation on tab 79. I have not received any speaker cards in person. Do we have any online?
No one online requesting to comment.
Great. Then we're bringing it back to the dais. Commissioners, your will?
Make a motion?
There's a motion by past Chair Eager, a second. Commissioner Falcone had already spoken. She speaks softly, but she carries a big stick. Comments? Okay, hearing none. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And abstentions? That passes unanimously. We're moving on to 80, Transit and Intercity Rail Capital Program Supplemental Action. And do we have Anya virtually presenting this item, or is Naveen?
Yes.
Oh, there you are. Oh, great.
So tab 80 is an action item requesting a supplemental allocation of $26,840,000 for the Transit and Intercity Rail Capital Program's Peninsula Corridor Electrification Expansion Project, specifically the procurement component. The implementing agency has increased the number of train sets that are being purchased under this component, and this supplemental request will allow the agency to complete the procurement component. Staff has reviewed this request and finds it consistent with the Transit and Intercity Rail Capital Program's allocation policy and program update, and staff recommends your approval of tab 80.
Anya, thank you. Do we have any speakers in the room who would like to address item 80? Do we have any virtual?
No public comment.
Okay. Thank you. We're going to bring it back to the dais. Questions or a motion? We're going to start with Vice Chair Grisby, please, and then Commissioner Bradshaw, Commissioner Tiffany.
Number one, this is another exciting transit project in the Bay Area, and it actually has the ability to be forward-looking as well as we continue to build out the high-speed rail network. Would it be appropriate to do a motion, if I could? Or
certainly.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation.
Great.
I'd like to second it.
Great. So there's a motion by Vice Chair Grisby, a second by Commissioner Bradshaw. Mr. Tiffany, you had comments you'd like to make or questions?
Actually, no, I was just hoping to make a motion, but I got beat again to, so, no, I'm joking.
Would you like the chocolate chip cookie?
That goes on Bob. Everybody quiet. Let Bob know.
Great. And I want to thank the maker and the seconder of the motion. I've had the pleasure of leading or co-leading 4 ballot initiatives to fund these improvements in the 79-mile Caltrain corridor. And it's just so wonderful to see this coming to fruition very soon, and the fact that we have a chance as a state to play a positive role in this incredibly important corridor. So thank you for your motions. Do we have any other questions or comments? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That passes unanimously. Thank you. We're moving on to item 81. This is a standalone, right? It's not a group of items. Great. This is for shop amendments for approval. John Prey.
Yes.
Welcome, John.
Thank you. Good afternoon. 81 is an action item to approve amendments to the 2024 shop. There are a couple changes on the change list, and with those changes, these shop amendments will add 61 new projects into the 2024 shop, and will revise 32 projects that are already programmed. Of the 61 new projects, 48 of them are major damage that are being programmed using the major damage reservation, which next item touches on the major damage reservation. So 48 is, I mean, we just see a lot when we have wet winters. 5 of the projects are safety projects using the collision reduction reservation, and 8 of the new projects are actually not coming from a reservation, which is not too typical, but these are needed to address recent increase we've seen in theft and vandalism at our maintenance stations, which is unfortunate, but appreciate that the shop is able to provide some improvements to help protect that. So that's the new projects we're adding, and then the 32 revised projects are proactive changes that we support Caltrans making. And so with that, staff recommends approval of this item.
Thank you. So there's a recommendation from staff for approval of item 80. I do not have any speaker cards. Do we have anyone who would virtually like to address this
No
item?
public comment online.
Okay, we're bringing it back to the dais. What's the will of the commission?
I'll make a motion.
Did you notice we all looked at you?
I know. Finally get some respect. Thank you. Thank you.
And I'd really love to recognize your motion, but you weren't quick enough. Is there a second on this item? Commissioner Bradshaw is the second. Discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That passes unanimously. Thank you, Commissioner Tiffany. Moving on to item 82. We just flipped the page. It's still John. Request, again, a request for additional funding.
Yep, this is another action item to amend the 2024 shop, but it's not amending projects. This is amending the major damage emergency opening reservation for fiscal year 23-24 by $155 million. The reservation is set aside ahead of time for unknown emergency needs throughout the year, and it's increased as necessary. So this increase will bump the reservation from $845 million to an even $1 billion. This does put this amount higher than normal. This is not our highest ever. Last year was our highest ever. But this is higher than normal, and part of it is just reflective of having another wet winter, which is welcomed. And then part of it is from Hurricane Hillary, which we saw, who is not here anymore to take the credit for that. And then we had some spillover damage from our big year last year. So all those things kind of combine into making this a bigger than normal year. Caltrans will use this bumped up reservation to continue to respond to emergencies throughout the rest of the year. And we're hopeful that this will take us through the end of the fiscal year. And so with that, I probably just jinxed it when I said that, but with that, staff recommends approval of this item.
Thank you for the staff recommendation. Are there cards on this item in the room? I'm not seeing any virtual participants.
No public comment online.
Great. Let's bring it to the dais. What is the will of the commission?
Motion to approve.
Great.
I'll second.
Thank you. So let's start with our motion and our second by Commissioner Bradshaw, second by Commissioner Cruz. We have a comment or question from Vice Chair Grisby.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, John. Are we getting enough data points to be able to predict better how, as climate changes over time, what the reservation should be in the future?
That's a fantastic question, and one that I may not have the answer to. I don't know if Caltrans has any idea on that. I can certainly get back to you if we don't see anyone in the room who thinks they have an immediate answer to that.
I'll take the first shot. Mike Keever, Caltrans. So we are seeing a trend, I will say that. And so we are monitoring it, and we do try to adjust and predict our reservation. We don't want to over-predict, because then we're going to tie up money. And thus the amendments that we're making here today. But to your point, we are seeing a trend in the upward direction currently. We're monitoring it.
Thank you. Other questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That passes unanimously. Thank you, John. We're going to go to items 83 and 84, solutions for congested corridors. Naveen Habib, great to see you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Great to see you all up close and personal. So tab 83 is an action item to approve a program amendment to the 2022 Solutions for Congested Corridors program. This program amendment would make changes to the US 101 Connected Communities Corridor Rail and Active Transportation Improvements Project as provided in the book item. These changes will provide additional benefits and ensure timely tracking, reporting, and delivery for this project. I want to pause and recognize Peter DeHaan. He is the Programming Director at the Ventura County Transportation Commission, as well as his team and Caltrans District and HQ staff in getting these changes processed as efficiently and accurately as possible. There are a few additional benefits that were added to this project list, so we're very happy that we were able to get them in quickly. So thank you all for your efforts. So this request is consistent with the Solutions for Congested Corridors program and guidelines. Therefore, Commission staff recommends your approval of tab 83.
We're taking these together, correct? 83 and 84?
No, we have to vote on tab 83 so that we can move on to tab 84, because tab 84 is a baseline agreement for this project. And we want to factor in the amendments as part of the baseline agreement.
Naveen, thank you for clarifying that. We're going to take 83 first. Do we have anyone in the room? I have no speaker cards. Seeing none, do we have anyone virtually?
No public comment online.
Great. Let's bring it back to the will of the commission then. There's a motion by former Chair Eager, a second by Commissioner Falcone. Discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of tab 83, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Naveen, thank you. We'll move on to tab 84.
Thank you, Chair. Tab 84 is an action item to approve 2022 Solutions for Congested Corridors Program baseline agreement, the US 101 Connected Communities Corridor Rail and Active Transportation Improvements Project in Ventura County, which is programmed for $74,897,000. This request is consistent with the Solutions for Congested Corridors Program and guidelines and the project approved by the Commission. Therefore, Commission staff recommends your approval of tab 84. Thank you.
Okay. And we have no cards. Do we have anyone virtually who would like to address tab 84?
No public comment online.
Great. Thank you. It comes back to the commission. What is the will of the commission?
I'll make a motion.
Commissioner Tiffany has made a motion, seconded by Commissioner Bradshaw. Discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Naveen, thank you. Unanimous support. Tab 84. We're going to move to tabs 85 and 86 together. Ms. Ward, there you are.
Yes, hello.
Hi.
We have already approved tab 86, so we are just taking tab 85 right now.
You're right. We didn't want to put Ms. Murphy on the spot again.
Not again.
Yes.
Tab 85 is an action item to amend the 2022 Local Partnership Formulaic Program of Projects. The three recommended amendments will add the FY 20 to 23 zero-emission bus replacement project in Monterey County and program $684,000. Add the Avenue 15 Road Rehabilitation Project in Madera County and program $492,000. And add $400,000 in supplemental funding to the ITS Improvements in Daly City, Brisbane, and Colma project in San Mateo County. This action leaves $93,246,000 of the 2022 Local Partnership Formulaic Program funding available for programming through June 30th, 2026. Staff has reviewed these program amendment requests and found them to be consistent with the formulaic program guidelines and policies. Staff recommends your approval of tab 85.
Thank you. I do not have any speaker cards. Do we have anyone participating virtually?
No public comment online.
Great. Bringing it back to the dais. What's the will of the commission? Second by, motion by Commissioner Bradshaw, the second by Vice Chair Grisby. Commissioner Tiffany, did you have a comment or question? No. Okay. Any comments or questions? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? It passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Ward. We are moving on now to tabs 87 through 90. I believe we can take those together. John Prey.
Yep, 87 through 90 are all shop allocations. So I will present them and then we can take them all together at the end. 87 is an action item for a shop minor program construction allocation for a project on Route 138 in Los Angeles County. This project was not on the delegated minor A project list that the commission approved last June, and therefore the project is required to come in for an individual allocation. So that's why we're seeing this minor project as an individual allocation. And then 88 is an action item for construction allocations. This item will allocate $326,885,000 for 27 shop projects. These 27 projects will improve 5 bridges, 144 lane miles of pavement, and 15 culverts, and many other improvements, including those 8 facility projects that just got programmed as part of the amendments. So we're happy that all these are heading out to construction. 89 is an action item for pre-construction support allocations. There's a couple changes on the change list, and so with those changes, this item will allocate $119,833,000 for 85 shop pre-construction phases for PNED, PS&E, and right-of-way support. And then tab 90 is another action item for shop pre-construction allocations. There is a change on the change list for this one as well. And with that change, this will allocate $121,406,000 for 62 shop pre-construction phases. This one is separate from the other one because these are all brand new 2024 shop projects, and all of these allocations are for PNED, and they're all exactly for the programmed amount so that these new projects can get going. And so with that, staff recommends approval of tabs 87, 88, 89, and 90.
Thank you, Mr. Prey. I do not have any cards for this item. Are there any participants virtually who would like to speak to any of these 4 items?
No public comment online.
Great. Thank you. No public comments. And would Commissioner Tiffany like to make a motion at this time?
Absolutely.
Great.
I will make a motion.
There we
Thank
go.
you. I appreciate that.
You bet, you bet. We do have a motion. Do we have a second? A second by Past Chair Eager. Discussion? Okay. All those in favor of, I've confused myself now, these 2 items?
That's 87
4
through 90.
items. No, I only want to take 2 of them. The other 2 we've thrown out, yeah. Of these 4 items, 87, 88, 89, and 90. You know, it's funny, right when those sirens started, John Prey started running. Is there something we should know, John? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? We're moving on. 91 and 94 yes, they did. 91 through 94 can be taken together. And that is Casey.
Hi.
There you are.
Tabs 91 through 94 include various STIP allocations as shown on the agenda. Staff has reviewed these requests and recommends your approval.
Now you're just showing up.
I was told to make it fast.
And you did. Good. I don't have any cards. Is there anyone virtually who would like to discuss 91 through 94?
No public comment.
Great. Back to the dais. Great. We heard a motion to approve by Commissioner Tiffany. by Commissioner Falcone. Yes. Is there a second? A second by Commissioner Cruz. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of 91 through 94?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That passes unanimously. We're moving on to item 95, Local Transportation Climate Adaptation Program. Rebecca Light.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so tab 95 tab 95 is a Local Transportation, I don't even know your acronym, Local Transportation Climate Adaptation Program. This is a, local transportation, allocation for $6 million as shown on the agenda. Staff has reviewed this request and recommends your approval. I'm so sorry about that.
No, I love that teamwork. That was awesome. Okay. So we have staff recommendation. I do not have any cards. Do we have anyone who would like to speak to this item online?
No public comment.
Great. No public comment comes to the commission. What is your will, colleagues? Okay, that was a motion by Commissioner Bradshaw, a second by former Chair Eager. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? And abstention. That passes unanimously. Moving on to tabs 96 through 98, which I believe can be taken together. Benjamin Williams is joining us virtually. Thank you, Rebecca and Casey. Welcome. Is that Benjamin?
That is indeed Benjamin.
Great.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tabs 96 through 98 will be presented together and voted on at the end. Tab 96 is an action to approve the allocation of $583,000 in local partnership formulaic program funding for the City of Martinez's Morello Avenue sidewalk gap closure and the pavement resurfacing projects in Contra Costa County. Tab 97 is an action item to approve an allocation of $684,000 in local partnership formulaic program funding for the FY 20 to 23 zero emission bus replacement transit project in Monterey County. Tab 98 is an action to approve the allocation of $37,856,000 in local partnership formulaic program and state transportation improvement program funds for the Transit Security and Operations Center project in Orange County. Staff has reviewed these requests and found them to be consistent with program guidelines. Staff recommends your approval of tabs 96, 97, and 98.
Mr. Williams, thank you. We have staff recommendation for tabs 96, 97, and 98. I do not have any speaker cards. Do we have anyone who would like to comment virtually?
No public comment.
Thank you. Bringing it back to the dais, the will of the commission.
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Commissioner Tiffany, second by Commissioner Falcone. Discussion. Good. Seeing no discussion. All those in favor of 96, 97, and 98, staff recommendation to vote yes. Please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Mr. Williams, thank you. Well done. We're moving on to 99. Ms. Habib is back. Wonderful. And 100. We're taking these together?
Yes, 99 and 100, we're going to take them together. So tab 99 is an action item to approve a Cycle 2 Solutions for Congested Corridors program allocation request of $150 million for the locally administered Interstate 105 Express Lanes project, construction segment 1 project component in Los Angeles County. Tab 100 is an action item to approve a Cycle 3 Solutions for Congested Corridors program allocation request of $54,169,000 for the state-administered US 101 multimodal corridor project, segment 4E South City of Santa Barbara project component in Santa Barbara County. These requests are consistent with the Solutions for Congested Corridors program and guidelines. Therefore, Commission staff recommends your approvals of tabs 99 and 100 as presented.
Great. Ms. Habib, thank you. I do not have any speaker cards. Do we have anyone who would like to speak virtually?
No public comment online.
Great. Thank you. Back to the commission. Will of the commission? Good. We have Vice Chair Grisby making the motion. Thank you. And Commissioner Tiffany is making the second?
I'll make a second.
Great. Excellent. Discussion on these items. Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Opposed? Abstentions? Tabs 99 and 100 are approved. Thank you, Ms. Habib.
Just for the record, we promise we're not drinking up here. Just saying.
Speak for myself.
There we
Commissioner,
go.
Chair Gardino,
Yes,
I will also be presenting tabs 101 and 103.
But not 102?
I don't like 102. No, tab 102 was presented and voted earlier on the agenda.
We did vote that earlier. That was a big one,
I always
too.
enjoy that Commissioner Eager laughs at all my comedy.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
So the city of Oxnard and the city of Gilroy would like to speak with you about not liking 102. So thank you. We appreciate that. Navi?
I love the city of Oxnard. I just got them a baseline agreement. Fun. So Commissioners, I will present tabs 101 and 103 together with a recommendation at the end. Tab 101 is an allocation request for $2,922,000 in Trade Corridor Enhancement Program funds for 3 locally administered projects off the state highway system in Alameda County. Tab 103 is an allocation request for $33,106,000 in Trade Corridor Enhancement Program funds for the locally administered America's Green Port Gateway, Pier B, Early Rail Enhancements Project, Locomotive Facility in Los Angeles County. Staff has reviewed these requests and the items are consistent with Trade Corridor Enhancement Program guidelines. Therefore, staff recommends your approval of tabs 101 and 103. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I have no speaker cards on either 101 or 103. Do we have anyone who would like to speak remotely?
No public comment.
Great. Coming back to the dais, the will of the commission.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Bradshaw, second by Commissioner Falcone, and a strong look of approval by Commissioner Tiffany. Let's go for all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? And those both pass unanimously. Thank you, Naveen. We are moving on to items 104 through 106, which can be voted on together. Is Beverly Newman Burkhardt joining us remotely?
Yes, I am here.
Wonderful.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Hi. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I will present tabs 104 through 106 together with a recommendation at the end. And I just want to be really clear that tabs 104 and 105 are active transportation program allocation requests, and then tab 106 is a waterborne ferry program allocation request. So 2 separate programs. So tab 104 is an action item to approve allocations of $34,459,000 for 30 locally administered active transportation program projects. Please note that Project 10 has a change on the change list. Tab 105 is an action item to approve a right-of-way phase advance allocation of $1,134,000 for the City of Riverside's 5 Points Neighborhood Pedestrian Safety Improvements Project. Tab 106 is an action item to approve an allocation of $3,512,000 for the Waterborne Ferry Program in the San Francisco Bay Area. And please note that the allocation request under tab 106 is contingent on the passage of the state budget. Staff has reviewed these requests and finds the active transportation program allocation requests consistent with the guidelines in the adopted program, and finds the Waterborne Ferry Program allocation request consistent with the proposed state budget. Therefore, staff recommends approval of tabs 104, 105, and 106 with the change to tab 104 as noted on the change list. Thank you.
Thank you, Beverly, for joining us virtually today. I have no cards on 104, 5, or 6. Do we have anyone who would like to comment remotely?
No public comment online.
Great. We're looking for a motion.
I have a question, actually.
Please, let's start with a question from Commissioner Tiffany.
I don't know if we know this yet. I suspect we don't, but do we have any idea whether the recent change in the budget and the ATP funding will impact this allocation that we're voting on right now?
We're going to go back to Beverly. Beverly?
I am happy to answer that, but I don't know if Justin Behrens wants to answer it. I'm happy to.
I can take that one. Or Lori is walking up. Lori, do you want to take it?
Okay.
Ms. Waters, welcome.
Thank you. It won't affect these ones because they don't have general fund on them.
Okay, thank you. That was a good answer.
Yes.
So moved.
Vice Chair Grisby makes the motion, second by former Chair Eager. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Tabs 104, 5, and 6 have been approved. Beverly, thanks for joining us. We're moving on to tab 107, and Anya is joining us virtually for a TIRSIP allocation.
Commissioners, tab 107 is an action item requesting the allocation of $86,369,000 for 13 transit and intercity rail capital program projects. Staff has reviewed these requests and finds them consistent with the transit and intercity rail capital programs allocation policy and program update. So staff recommends approval of tab 107.
Wonderful. There is a staff recommendation to approve. We are going to first hear if there's any public comments in the room. We have no cards virtually.
No public comment online.
Great. I see a hand by Commissioner Bradshaw.
Yeah, I take a moment. I have a question on potential conflict for.
Oh, goodness, yes. Thank you. Please.
Yeah, you have to say what you're. Oh, yeah. One of the projects under this TIRSIP, potential approval, is within, probably 100 feet of where I live. My private residence that I own, so I'm gonna recuse myself and leave the room.
You know, the easier solution is just to move. But have it your way.
Give me some of that land holding, brother.
Okay, we're gonna wait till he's outside the door and the door is closed. And if someone could lock him out, that'd be just a kick. No, we're not gonna do that. Okay, what is the will of the commission?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Okay, past Chair Eager and Vice Chair Grisby have made the motion. The second, is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? And that does pass. Let's let him sit out there for a while, shall we? Okay, as Commissioner Bradshaw comes back in and Jaden comes to the table, I believe this is time extensions for tabs 108 through 130.
Yes, that is correct, Commissioner.
Jaden, show us how it's done.
Absolutely. Commissioners, tabs 108 through 130 are standard time extension requests for projects from the following programs: SHOP, STIP, Local Transportation Climate Adaptation Program, the Local Partnership Competitive and Formula Programs, Solutions for Congested Corridors Program, the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program, the Active Transportation Program, the Short Line Railroad Improvements Program, and the Transit and Intercity Rail and Capital Program. Please note, Project 1 within tab 111 was withdrawn prior to the commission meeting. Please also make note of the change list for tab 108. And lastly, please note that for tab 125, staff recommends a 20-month time extension for project number 9 and a 12-month time extension for project number 17. So staff has reviewed these requests and recommends approval of tabs 108 through 130, with the exception of project number 1 within tab 111, which was withdrawn prior to the meeting, and tab 125 recommending 20 months for project number 9 and 12 months for project number 17.
I was just writing those changes down, so as we make the motion, it is with that suggestion in mind, should that be the will of the commission. First, we're going to go to public comment. I'm not seeing any public comment in the room. Is there any public comment online?
No public comment online.
Thank you. We're going to bring it back to the commission then. What is the will of the commission?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Bradshaw, second by Commissioner Tiffany. Discussion? Hearing none, then tabs 108 through 130 with the adjustments that Jaden has suggested on tab 111, as well as tab 125, and there were 2 adjustments on tab 125. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? And Jaden, if I may say, you are always so well dressed.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
You bet. Yes. We are going to move on to tab 131 as soon as my hands can take me there. We're going to take 131 and 132 together. And Jaden, I'm glad you're comfortable because it's you.
Okay. Commissioners, tabs 131 and 132 are action items to consider approval for post-fact shop time extensions as an exception to the shop guidelines. Tab 131 is a request for the period of project completion for one shop project, and tab 132 is a request for the period of project development expenditure for one shop project. Staff has reviewed tabs 131 and 132 and recommends your approval.
There is a staff recommendation on tabs 131 and 132. I have no speaker cards on either item. Do we have anyone calling in?
No public comment.
Great, thank you. Back to the dais then. What's the will of the commission?
I'll second it.
Great. There's a motion by past Chair Eager, a second by Commissioner Tiffany. Discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of tabs 131 and 132, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Those pass unanimously. Thank you, Jaden. Let's move on to tabs 133 through 138 that we can take together. Ms. Ward, welcome.
Thank you. Commissioners, tabs 133 through 138 are time extension amendment requests for projects from the following programs: SHOP, Local Partnership Formulaic Program, and Trade Corridor Enhancement Program. Staff has reviewed these requests and recommends approval of tabs 133 through 138.
We have a staff recommendations for tabs 133 through 138. I do not have any speaker cards. Do we have anyone who would like to address any of these items remotely?
No public comment online.
Great, thank you. And I'll bring that back to the will of the commission. Great. Commissioner Lugo, thank you, has made the motion. Vice Chair Grisby has made the second. Discussion. All those in favor of tabs 133 through 138?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That passes unanimously. Now, I'd like to, before we adjourn, if there's anything that people want to adjourn in memory of or in celebration of, I want to take that in a moment. But for anyone who guessed that we would actually finish by 2:39, you win the free Tesla in the parking lot today. Right? And it really just shows the amazing work of our staff and our stakeholder partners to get through so many important and substantive items that are going to improve our state. If my math is right, $1,904 million in improvements in almost every county of our great state, creating 2,600 jobs through our work today. But we do have public comment period, as well as then I'm going to come back to the dais in case there's something that you want to recognize before we adjourn today. Do we have any public comment in the room? Do we have any public comment virtually?
Yes, Chair. We have 2 hands raised. First, I'll go over to Brian Rosen.
Brian, welcome. The clock won't start until your lips start.
Can you hear me?
We sure can, sir. Thank you
I'm
for
so
joining
glad.
us.
Okay, I have 2 minutes, so I better make it fast. I'm in Monterey, and I've been riding my bicycle all over the place around where they want to put in the surf route. And boy, have I found out a lot. They're using, it's a 2-lane highway that becomes a 3-lane highway for 4 miles, and then it becomes a 2-lane highway, and there's only a backup in the morning. and for 2 hours. There is not a backup later. And the MST their agency is using a company that's analyzing from Monterey to Castroville, which may be very different. And then I spoke with an environmental scientist at the state parks, and she said the problem is there's not a problem in the afternoon. There's a problem during the morning rush hour. It's around 7 to 9. And so it's really magnified by them. There's about 4 buses that are stalled every day. So there's not a major backup. It's, there's a lot they could do. Bus on shoulder. They say bus on shoulder is not doable, but it is. And I'm asking the environmental scientist friend I met to analyze that too. It really impacts the rail. There's no way the two can fit in there, I think. And it just seriously, if it could fit in there, they have to take out the coveted double track. And the rail is slated to come out in the middle of some sand dunes during a narrow passage. It's going to require a lot of extensive rail realignment, which is going to make rail impede it very much, at great expense, because the rail is just on a perfect berm. It's in good shape. They actually have rail cars going on it for the handcar company right up to the state park. And I would love to see even in the meantime, a little zoo-like train to take elderly and disabled into Fort Ord State Park, because there's hardly any access. So MST has an agenda. They want to use their property for development, and they're not telling the truth. They keep telling people the railroad tracks.
Mr. Rosen, with apologies, your 2 minutes are up. Thank you very much for calling in. We had one other public comment?
Yes, Chair. So we have one hand raised, but it's by a phone number. So this is the last 4 are 2837.
Great. We have unmuted your mic, and if you would like to speak, please do so.
It was a mistake. I didn't know I could get through on the computer, so sorry about that.
No, that's okay, Mr. Rosen. Thank you. When the doors close, you check the windows. So we appreciate your flexibility. Are there any other virtual speakers?
No more public comment online.
Great. Thank you. I'm going to go to the dais, both to our Executive Director, Commissioners, and Chief Deputy Director Keever, if there's anything that you want to note before we adjourn today.
I think I might just address the last public comment we received, because our team is working with Monterey Salinas Transit on the issues that are raised, and so we are well aware.
Thank you. I'm glad that you were able to respond to Mr. Rosen. And again, we are working with Monterey Salinas Transit. Good. Thank you.
I have one quick.
Yes.
So if there are still CTC staff in the room, if you all could stand up.
Yes.
Please. Because these last 3 days, actually, the work that has culminated over the last few months that we were able to vote on these last few days has been absolutely monumental and amazing, and brought the state to a different level. And I know we don't always get to honor you, but today we want to make sure that we honor all of the work that you do, and just know that we know what you're doing. So thank you all so much. We appreciate you.
Any other comments from colleague commissioners before we adjourn?
Yeah, I just want to, I don't want to take away from any of that, but I just want to say again that the best staff in the state, no doubt about it, sets the model, sets the standard. And for this commissioner, no way I could get through this stuff without each and every one of you. Always there at the call and to help out. On a side note, not staff, but I would like to take a moment and thank my wife, Star, for lending her singing voice today. She's still in the room. Thank you, Star. And if Ruhama is still here, on behalf of the Carpenters, I really want to thank her for bringing the message of the working class here to this body. And I just couldn't be more proud to call her a colleague, a friend, and a comrade.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Bradshaw. Any other comments from Commission colleagues? Seeing none, our May meeting of the California Transportation Commission is adjourned. Thank you all for joining us.